Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order the regular meeting of the Board of Investments. Today is Wednesday, October 13th. We do have a board offsite portion today that's going to follow the regular agenda of the Board of Investments. Linda, could you please read any announcements and then call the roll to confirm attendance?
Absolutely. Let me just open it up. Thank you, Chair Knox. This meeting is being conducted as a virtual meeting, so I would do a roll call of the trustees to confirm attendance. Mr. Green?
Here.
Thank you. Ms. Ginsburg?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
All present on account of 4.
Thank you. Mr. Kehoe?
Good morning, present.
Thank you. Ms. Greenwood? Mr. Jones?
I am here.
Thank you. Mr. Bernstein?
Present.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Present.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez is running late, and Chair Knox.
I am here.
Okay. Staff participating in the meeting include the following: CIO John Grable, CEO Santos Craven, Deputy CEO Luis Lugo, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, AEO JJ Popovich, new AEO Laura Guglielmo, interim CFO Ted Granger, Legislative Affairs Officer Barry Liu. Investment staff include Jude Perez, Chris Wagner, Vacha Masaragian, James Wright, Scott Drazel, Didier Acevedo, Esmeralda Del Bosque, Chad Timka, David Chu, and David Simpson. Consultants participating in the meeting include the Makita Investment Group, Stepstone, and Alborn. Trustees, please use the Zoom chat option to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you're ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Thank you, Linda. Next item is the approval of minutes from September 8th, 2021.
I will move the minutes.
Questions?
Second.
Otherwise, moved by Mr. Bernstein, seconded by Mr. Green. Linda, would you please call the roll?
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Santos?
Aye.
Thank you. Mr. Kehoe?
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Greenwood? Okay. Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Bernstein?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Okay. And Chair Knox?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item 3, report on closed session items, is posted and available on LACERA.com. Unless anyone has any questions on that, we are on to public comment. Linda, I believe we have a few folks that are signed up to speak.
Yes, the first person we'll bring in is Jordan Ash. Jordan, you will have 3 minutes to address the board, and you may begin now.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning. My name is Jordan Ash, and I'm with the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. The Los Angeles County Employees Retirement Association is invested in PAI Partners, a private equity firm that is a co-owner of Refresco, the world's largest independent bottling company. Refresco produces beverages such as Body Armor Sports Drink for Coca-Cola, Gatorade for Pepsi, Arizona Iced Tea, and Tropicana juices. PAI Partners prides itself on its responsible investing and on its stated concern for ESG. However, Refresco's actions appear to directly contradict PAI Partners' ESG policy. In June of this year, a majority of the almost 250 workers at the Refresco bottling plant in New Jersey voted to join the United Electrical, Radio, and Machine Workers of America Union, also known as the UE. According to the UE, the mostly Latin American immigrant workforce started organizing with the union a year and a half ago to counter the abusive treatment by supervisors, low wages, minimal benefits, sexual harassment, constant schedule changes, and an unforgiving attendance system that penalized workers for getting sick. The Wall Street Journal reported that in the spring of 2020, workers at the New Jersey Refresco plant staged a walkout to protest the unsafe working conditions during the pandemic after a manager berated a worker who was worried about the coronavirus and felt ill. According to the workers, one supervisor said that workers who had COVID should just drink Gatorade and break a sweat, and the company refused to change its attendance policy for workers who got sick or self-quarantined at home. Refresco hired a notorious union-busting law firm which has a long history of trying to prevent workers from organizing. Workers were not intimidated, and a majority of the workers voted to unionize. Refresco, however, is refusing to recognize the union and contested the results of the election. The National Labor Relations Board ruled against Refresco's baseless objections, but Refresco is appealing that ruling. A PAI Partners ESG report said, in today's world, businesses like ours and those we invest in are judged on more than just their financial results. Companies that exploit workers face reputational impacts and lower sales. Refresco's actions appear to directly contradict PAI Partners' ESG policy. PAI Partners is now considering taking Refresco public through an IPO, which is all the more reason why PAI Partners should want to resolve these issues with its workers. Please ask PAI Partners what steps it is taking to ensure that its portfolio companies, including Refresco, are following its ESG policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Next, we will call on Anthony Sanchez. Anthony, you will have 3 minutes to address the board, and you may begin now.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Sanchez, and I've been a machine operator for 15 years at the New Jersey Refresco plant. I am able to join you today because I am currently out of work with an injury that it was made a lot worse by the Refresco. The company wouldn't let me off work for medical care, so I had to keep working until I have enough family medical leave act time accumulated to take time off without losing my job. This took months, and the months I worked with an injury made everything so much worse, and I had to get a more serious surgery. When I was working since Refresco implemented a 12 rather than 8-hour schedule, I have been unable to meet all my expenses. I have 2 young children ages 8 and 3 who depend on my financial support. Lately, my salary is not enough. I'm not eating well because I have to buy cheap food to survive and to support my family and my children. My nutrition is not good because to have a good nutrition is too expensive for me to afford. For me to meet my expenses, I have always had to work overtime. But lately, overtime is not helping enough since Refresco implemented a 12-hour schedule intending to eliminate overtime for workers. There are now times when I can't pay my bills, barely paying the minimum of my credit card debt. I am always behind a month on my phone bills, internet, and cable. The employer provides health insurance that is abysmal, very expensive, limited coverage, high deductibles. I had to go onto the marketplace instead to get better health coverage. When I'm not at the plant, I live in complete stress because when I'm not there, I think about how I will have to go back and work. Then when I am at work, it's not a friendly environment and it's hostile. I've been retaliated against for trying to organize a union at my workplace. It's been almost 4 months since we had a union election.
Mr.
Where we-
Sanchez, your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will call on Abdin Moran. Please note, Mr. Abdin Moran also has a translator, John Ocampo, who will be translating for us. Mr. Moran, you may begin now. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. Mr. Moran, can you hear us?
Yes,
We are here.
I am here.
Okay, you can start now.
Ok. Ok. Mi nombre es Abdón Morán. Tengo 56 años de edad. Tengo trabajando acá en esta empresa 21 años. 21 años juntos porque tuve 20 años tengo de permanente y año con 8 meses fui de temporal.
So my name is Abdul Moran. I'm 56 years old, and I've been working at Refresco, which is owned by PAI Partners, for over 20 years now.
Okay, yo en mi familia cuento con familia aquí y familiares en mi país. Aquí cuento con mi esposa y 2 hijos, uno de 29 años y el otro de 21. En mi país cuento con la mayoría de mis hermanos y mi madre, que es lo principal. Y mi madre, bueno, porque ella tiene 80 años de edad, se está delicada de salud, porque a ella le pusieron una prótesis en el fémur y como toda persona de la edad sufren de los ojos y de la presión alta.
So I have family to care for here and back home in my home country. So I have 2 children here, aged 29 and 21, and I have family back in Ecuador, extended family, including my mother, who is now in her 80s and just had to get a prosthetic leg or something to help with her femur. She's in a delicate state of health.
Okay, y bueno, ya no tengo la dicha de tener en mi país a mi padre porque él falleció hace 2 años.
And my father's no longer alive.
Okay, entonces quiero hablar de la problemática en la compañía, porque yo he visto pasar muchas administraciones y esta es la que menos ha dado fruto, la que se nos ha ido encima en contra del trabajador, que somos los que nos toca poner el hombro y sacar la compañía adelante. Y además de eso tenemos preocupación por lo que está pasando.
So right now we've got probably the worst management we've ever had at the plant here in Wharton, New Jersey, in Refresco. The situation is just getting drastically worse, and there are lots of problems right now for workers in the plant.
Okay, yo quiero confirmar, es por lo que los abusos, aquí se buscó la ayuda de la Unión, porque aquí se estaba abusando de las personas y en el sentido que a la gente le ponen a hacer doble trabajo, donde se necesita 3 personas, ponen a uno y ponen en riesgo físicamente a los compañeros, como esta semana un amigo se cogió el brazo, la mano, y eso a sabiendo de los jefes inmediatos y los jefes grandes, que a ellos cuando les conviene, dicen, por ejemplo, si son 3 personas, y dicen, sí, pero es peligroso, no, póngalo nomás, porque le conviene no parar las máquinas. Entonces nos ponen físicamente a nosotros.
They are physically putting us in danger at this plant. They're forcing us to do the work. We went and sought out the support of a union because we were being severely abused and continue to be in the plant. We're forced to work long shifts. We're also forced to do the work each of 2 or 3 workers, and we're just being pushed beyond the limit. And in fact, on Sunday, a worker at the plant got his arm stuck in a machine because he was working multiple machines when you should only be operating one machine at a time. So we're being we're being put at risk of harm.
Y entonces necesitamos la ayuda de la Unión porque ellas como seres humanos a nosotros no nos consideran. Nos demostraron en la pandemia y ahora ellos en vez de cambiar siguen lo mismo. A ellos lo que les importa es el dinero y no nos importa ni como trabajadores, ni como ¿cómo es que se llama? Ni como seres humanos. Y esto se convirtió en una dictadura que nos perjudica a nosotros como trabajadores y a toda la familia entera.
So that's why we sought out the support of the union, because we're not treated like human beings here at the plant. COVID last year was another example of this, where our lives were put at risk. And, our workplace right now is essentially a dictatorship. They don't care about us as people, as workers or as human beings.
Y dígale que la administración que está ahora, yo se lo he repetido a ellos, que no ha sido buena, tanto en lo económico, porque nosotros también nos preocupamos por la compañía y esto va para atrás, pero más es por el maltrato de la gente. Ellos siguen maltratando a la gente y faltándonos el respeto, que es lo más importante. No solo a nosotros, sino a la familia junta.
The current management at the plant is, you know, they're not doing a good job in terms of how they're treating people. They are abusing workers. And then the other side of it too is that the administration at the plant doesn't know how to run the plant. They've so disrespected and kicked workers around that people don't want to work at the plant right now, and production is suffering. So the business itself is suffering. Investors, you know, money is not being put to good use, because they've so alienated the workforce that production at the plant is not what it should be. And so even workers' families are suffering at this point.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up, Mr. Moran.
Okay.
Thank you. And that concludes
You're
public
welcome.
comment.
Thank you very much, Linda. And Mr. Grable, just to clarify, I know some of us are familiar with PAI, but did you want to weigh in on just what our investment was with them and whether that is relevant here?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I recognize that this isn't agendized, but I'll just inform the board that we are not an investor in Refresco or the fund that owns it.
Thank you very much. And we are moving on to item 5, the CEO report. Mr. Kryman.
Yes, good morning, Trustee Knox, trustees. I understand that, well, I've read that you have a very, very full calendar, so I'm going to make this very, very brief. In addition to the report provided to you all, I just wanted to update you on some decisions that were made by the Board of Supervisors last week in terms of the positions that were approved by the Board of Retirement and Board of Investments. We're going to have a closed session, so I'll reserve my more detailed comments for that particular point in time. But the Board of Supervisors considered all of the positions. They approved a majority of them. They've eliminated some, rejected some, and then they also decided that some of the compensation levels that were approved by both boards was not appropriate and did not approve our particular requests. So more detail to come. I also wanted to update you on our COVID issues, not issues, I'm sorry, our COVID protocols that we're putting in place. We're in the process of negotiating an agreement with Fulgent to assist us with the testing protocols. Those have been delayed in terms of our negotiations, but I've been told yesterday that the contract is in their hands at this particular point in time and is being considered, and we should be able to execute, hopefully, a testing contract with Fulgent by the end of this week or early next week. We've been processing all of the requests from staff in terms of the exceptions that have been asked for religious or medical reasons. We processed approximately 31 exemptions. All staff have been notified at this particular point in time the status of their exemption requests. And so I do want to also inform you that approximately 88% of the staff are fully vaccinated at this particular point in time, and we're in the process of reviewing and moving forward with some of the protocols that need to be in place in terms of any progressive discipline that may be required as a result of non-compliance with our vaccine mandate. So those two are the major items that I want to bring to your attention, and so I'll be more than happy to stand for any questions if you should have some.
We have a question from Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Santos, I think it was in yesterday's Washington Post, it might have been the New York Times. There was an article about COVID and religious exemptions, the gist of which was most religious denominations have come out in support of COVID vaccinations. Is there a reason you're not disclosing the disposition of these requests to us? You cited the number of requests, but you didn't cite the disposition of them. Yes or no? Yes or no, in terms of your decision?
Yeah, I think that I want to be sensitive to the privacy of our employees and our staff, and so I think that it's appropriate for my staff to take a look at it and to approve or disapprove any of the exemptions and to know what the status is. And I can tell you that I have taken a very liberal approach to it. I'm not really interested in getting into an argument, quite frankly, with staff on whether or not they meet a specific standard. I think that we're taking the path that is appropriate for LACERA at this particular point in time in our employees.
Okay. And my other question was, did I hear Linda cite a new title for Mr. Granger when she was doing a roll call?
I didn't
I
hear.
said the interim CFO.
Oh, you still said it. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Yeah,
That was it. Those are my
sorry.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I don't see anyone else in the queue. We are moving on to item 6, our CIO report. Mr. Grable.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and Calvin. If you can pull up the slides, that'd be terrific. And I'll thank Calvin in advance. I think it's important for us to keep him caffeinated today because Calvin's going to be driving slides, and I know that we've got a lot in front of us. So thank you, Calvin. And if you could turn to page 4, that would be terrific. As page 4 shows, if we look at the top left, that is the global equity market, our benchmark for global equities, the MSCI All Country World Index. For the month ending September 30th, it's down 4%. That is very different than the past 18 months or so, or 17 months, where we've seen the markets, more or less go up in a uniform direction. And that's an important reminder for all of us that investing is hard. And when you compare, even after a 4% month, that 1 year, the markets are still up close to 30%. It puts everything into perspective. On the bottom right, we could see that it was also a tough month for bonds. I believe the 10-year Treasury today is in the 150s. A year ago, it was mid-70s in terms of basis points. So there's been while they're still at historic lows, that is a significant rise in rates. If we can turn, Calvin, to slide 9. And as we'll discuss in the latter half of today's meeting with kind of the theme of continuous evolution, this is a new page for us. Same information, but a new format for our performance slide. It's something that we continuously work on. The data on this slide is as indicated on the top. This is for the fund balance as of the end of August. The fund was up 2.7% and hit another high watermark of $73.8 billion. The chart, the pie chart on the right shows our actual asset allocation, and we are within target for all asset categories and very close and probably within range for our new strategic asset allocation, which began October 1st, was the first step in terms of legging into our new strategic asset allocation. And the last slide I'll touch on is slide 10. Thank you, Calvin. If everyone can look on the chart on the top left, where it shows the returns of the pension fund, and we can see for the 1-3 fiscal year, 1, 3, 5, and 10-year periods, we are above our benchmark. I tend to say that we shouldn't use benchmarks for marketing purposes. If you beat your benchmarks in all dimensions, there's probably something wrong with your benchmark. But maybe this may be a moment either for me to retire or something, because I doubt that we'll have many periods from here on out where we beat our benchmark in every time period. With that said, it's likely that we will have significant tracking error over the next couple of years as we implement our new strategic asset allocation for asset categories such as private equity, hedge funds, and liquid credit. Those do not have investable benchmarks, which means that we will have embedded underweights where there's kind of a premium associated with something that we can't or can invest in for those asset categories, such that there is what is referred to as misfit within our benchmarks probably over the next couple of years. With that said, we will be making recommendations to the board over the next period in order to get as close as possible in a prudent manner to our new targets. And the last thing I'll mention is OPEB at the bottom of the slide. OPEB is also at a high water mark of about $2.4 billion. OPEB was up 1.5% for the month. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions.
I do not have anyone in the queue. Any questions for Mr. Grable? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grable. On to item 7, consent items. We have 2 recommendations by Ms. Sanchez as Chair of the Credit and Risk Mitigation. The first, that the board approve initiatives and recommendations related to the credit structure review, and the second, to approve an illiquid credit emerging manager program.
I'll move the consent items.
Moved by Mr. Kehoe,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Bernstein. No discussion that I see. Linda, please call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Green?
Aye.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Kehoe?
Aye.
Ms. Greenwood? Mr. Jones?
Aye.
Mr. Bernstein?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Sanchez? Okay, Chair Knox.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. On to non-consent 8A, a recommendation that the board approve biennial amendments to the growth functional category. Mr. Wagner.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Usually structure reviews, in this case amendments to structure reviews, go through a 2-part process. They go to the equity committee first, and then they move on to the board for approval. I want to thank the chairs of the committee and the board, as well as the vice chair of the board, for recommending that we do this in one fell swoop and get everything done today. So we really appreciate it. Calvin, if you could turn to page, I think it's 3, 1 right there. Thank you. As a reminder, private equity is part of the growth portfolio, the growth functional category. If you look to the donut chart on the left, you'll see the 3 components of the growth portfolio: private equity, global equity, and non-core real estate. It was back in December when the board approved the last growth functional category biennial structure review, which included a private equity investment pacing amount of $1.6 billion plus or minus 20% for 2021. Only 1 year of investment pacing was recommended at the time, when we would typically request 2, because the board was less than a year away from considering a new strategic asset allocation and a possible change to the private equity target allocation. With the strategic asset allocation study now completed and the private equity target allocation moved from 10 to 17%, we are seeking approval today to increase the 2021 pacing amount, establish a 2022 pacing amount, and change some parameters of the co-investment and secondary program as a result of this target increase to private equity. We're also seeking approval to incorporate a private equity investment guideline that was left out of a previous structure review. So now I'd like to turn the presentation over to David Simpson, who will take us through the pacing and investment guideline proposed changes. And he'll be followed by David Chu, who will take us through the co-investment and secondary program proposed changes. David Simpson.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and trustees. As Chris mentioned, the board increased the private equity target from 10% of the portfolio to 17%. On slide 5, we can see that working with the Stepstone team and leveraging their pacing model, staff now reverts to the board with a revised pacing plan that will enable LACERA to approach the 17% target level in the next 5 years. These projections are based on numerous factors and assumptions, including the total fund value, contributions and distributions to beneficiaries, the actuarial rate of return, and the portfolio composition mix of new commitments between venture capital, buyouts, and co-investments, along with their expected returns and timing of cash flows. These assumptions are detailed in Appendix A. The staff recommends revising the 2021 target allocation from 1.6 billion to 2.15 billion and setting the 2022 number at 2.45 billion, in all cases plus or minus 20%. Based on the modeling to approach the 17% target, LACERA's commitments to private equity in the coming years will climb to over 3 billion per year. Staff will revisit the progress towards the 17% target during the 2023-24 structure review in Q4 of 2022 and recommend any modifications as warranted at that time. Moving on to slide 6. In 2019, as part of the investment policy statement, the board approved guidelines for the CIO to authorize investments in follow-on funds. No changes are sought to the guidelines at this time. Staff is simply recommending that these guidelines be incorporated into the PE investment guidelines of the structure review, which is Appendix B. So with that, I'll hand it over to David Chu, who will provide an update on the co-investment and secondary programs.
Turn to slide 8. Good morning, Mr. Chair and trustees. Before providing an update on the program, we thought it would be helpful to provide a quick recap of the program's timeline, just given the different trustee tenures. This update is a preview to today's board offsite theme, which is LACERA's continued evolution from allocator to best-in-class investor. This program is an example of where we've made some nice strides in that journey. So starting on the left of the timeline, about 3.5 years ago, the board asked staff to evaluate the feasibility of developing an internal co-investment program. Previously, LACERA outsourced co-investments to Morgan Stanley in private equity. At the end of 2018, the board approved staff's recommendation to develop an internal program, primarily based on the fee savings and other intangible benefits. As a quick reminder, co-investments are typically minority investments made directly in portfolio companies alongside a general partner. There are typically no management fees or carried interest when we make these investments directly. During the first half of 2020, staff went to work and developed the program's investment criteria, due diligence processes, and sourcing strategies. By the third quarter of 2019, we closed our first co-investment and reactivated our secondary program. Fast forward to today, we've committed over 640 million across co-investments and secondaries. Next slide, please. These next 2 slides cover the program's performance. This first slide covers investments over a year old. Given the total program is only 2 years old, we thought this portfolio view could be instructive. On the left, you see the report card for co-investments. Starting off with a net IRR of nearly 90%. While this figure is impressive, we know it is not sustainable. What we're more encouraged by is the net multiple of 2.2x, which shows that the portfolio value has more than doubled, and a net DPI of 0.2x, which means 20% of our investments we've already received back in cash. We're also comforted by the fact that the portfolio has been resilient despite the pandemic. On the right is the performance for secondaries that are over a year old. You can see similarly strong performance with net IRR of nearly 50%, a similar almost doubling of portfolio value, and a net DPI of 0.4x, which equates to approximately $35 million cash back already from our 89 million of invested capital. Turning to the next slide. This shows the performance of all our investments since the program's inception a couple years ago. Since the program's inception, we've achieved over 9 million in fee savings and counting. The key takeaway is while the portfolio is off to a good start, it is still way too early to celebrate. We want to reassure the board that we are staying disciplined and vigilant. Turning to the next slide. As part of the program's update, we also wanted to provide a snapshot of where we are with regards to deployment for this year. Looking at the bar chart, you can see that the staff has reached its deployment limit of 450 million, which is broken down into 303 million in commitments and the remainder earmarked for potential deals. Given the proposed increase in annual PE commitment pacing, we would like to propose a similar increase in annual deployment limits for co-investments and secondaries, which is a good segue to the next slide. These are the proposed program parameter changes for the remainder of this year and calendar year 2022. These are expected to provide staff more flexibility to effectively scale the program considering the recommended increase in deployment pace. Starting with the middle, the annual deployment term, as mentioned, the current limit is 450 million, which is approximately 30% of the 1.6 billion annual deployment target. Given the proposed increases in pacing on the right, we are proposing a similar 30% limit of the annual PE deployment target. In 2021, if you look on the right, this equates to a limit of 645 million. The math is based on the 2.15 billion proposed annual target multiplied by 30%. In 2022, this equates to a limit of 735 million. The other two proposed parameter changes, investment size at the top left and geography at the bottom left, are about providing staff the flexibility to take advantage of good opportunities regardless of deal type or geography. Regarding investment size, previously, you can see that co-investments and secondaries had different parameters. What we'd like to propose to keep things simple and consistent is to have the same maximum investment size globally of 130 million. And with regards to geographic exposure, we are recommending that the parameter be changed to adhere to the existing target allocation range of 20 to 45%, which applies to the total private equity portfolio. Turning to the next slide, in summary, we are recommending the following. As Chris mentioned, increasing the proposed PE commitment amounts in 2021 and 2022, given the increase in PE's target allocation, which is also supported by Stepstone. We're also recommending incorporating the CIO's delegated authority for re-ups into the PE investment guidelines. And lastly, adopting the proposed parameter changes to the co-investment and secondary program we just discussed. And with that, we are happy to address any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chu, Mr. Wagner, and the team. I have a question from Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Hi, David. Good morning. Can you go back to slide 12 and take me through the geography co-investment again?
Sure. So I'll start with on the left. You can see the current parameters. Co-investments currently for outside the US or international are limited to 40 million and 150 million annual deployment. What we'd like to do is to have a single global maximum investment of 130 billion, which would allow staff to take advantage of the best opportunities globally. For example, if there's a great co-investment in Europe, we wouldn't want to limit our maximum investment to 40. We'd like to take full advantage and invest 130 million if possible.
Okay, so but you're also reducing the 150 to 130, no?
The 150 annual deployment, what we're suggesting is not having a particular limit within co-investments, but to have the geographic exposure limit be adhere to the over on the right. If you see the green bullet on the bottom, the overall PE portfolio, which includes funds, co-investments, and secondaries, has a target board-approved range of 20 to 45%. So any co-investments or secondaries we would make, we're proposing that we would still have to adhere to that global exposure limit, as opposed to just within co-investments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have Mr. Jones, followed by Mr. Santos.
Good morning to everyone. So question, I get the math in terms of the step-up pacing in order to meet the target. Can you illuminate a little bit for me and perhaps some of the other trustees here? Is the stepped-up pacing, is it going to give us larger positions in existing opportunities we already see? Are there so many other good opportunities that we don't have an opportunity to participate in because of the limit? I'm just trying to make sure I understand the underlying sourcing of quality deals that we have for which to spend the new pacing on. Can you kind of talk to us a little bit about what that looks like, or what are you guys kind of assuming is happening there?
Sure. Good morning, Mr. Jones, and by the way, good morning, Mr. Kelly. Just Calvin, if you could turn back to the chart with deployment pacing, I think the deployment chart. I think it's slide 9. Sorry, slide 11. So I think this gives a snapshot with regards to the deal flow. So you can see for this year, as of today, we've already hit the $450 million limit. And this is based on deals we've already committed to, as well as what we see in our pipeline that we have conviction that we will likely commit to. And so with regards to deal flow, we are confident that we would be able to deploy the additional allocation if increased for this year, as well as for next year with regards to a higher allocation based on the increased pacing amount. How we would deploy that capital would be a combination of not only putting more capital in deals, so making larger investments, but also making a larger number of investments. So a combination of the two would allow us to reach those increased amounts. And again, I just want to emphasize that these are our limits. If we don't come across the right opportunities, we would not approach those limit amounts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for Stepstone. I don't know who's present here today, but before Stepstone steps in, I want to thank the staff for the work that was done to recommend these changes, and very supportive. Been very close to private equity as the chair of the private equity committee for many years. I have seen the program evolve over those years, and I'm very impressed and continue to be impressed over the years. So is Stepstone, who's here? Stepstone.
Good morning, Mr. Santos. This is Jose and Natalie here in the office.
Good morning, Ms. Walker. Yes, as you heard, I'm very supportive of the proposal here, and heard the staff very loud and clear with regards to the strategy. But my question to you, Ms. Walker, is given the level of dry powder that we have in this strategy globally, what strategy your firm intends to recommend to both the staff on the board with regards to follow up on Mr. Jones's comment regarding the sourcing, the deal flow. It's very competitive out there. And so I'm interested to see how your strategy changes, or what are you recommending to the staff in terms of deal sourcing? And of course, we need to get those great managers. The quality managers are really key.
Sure, great question. So it is a competitive environment. I think, the staff, as they mentioned, will be allocating, close to $3 billion in the near term annually. So our recommendation is to really leverage those direct relationships with general partners to access the best deal flow. And in our experience, having significant capital in each of the general partners' funds can put you in a more favored position in terms of getting allocation to the best co-investments and secondaries. So I think one, we'd recommend as a strategy really kind of leaning into your core relationships on the GP side and focusing on cultivating co-investment and secondary relationships with top picks within your portfolio. Secondly, I would say, LACERA has developed a relationship and a reputation in the market from the brokers and the secondary and co-investment community. So really leaning on those relationships as well, and making sure that the broader private equity universe knows that you're a direct investor in co-investments and secondaries is helpful to generating deal flow.
That's right, Ms. Walker. My question was not limited to co-investing. I was more interested in the underlying program, the private equity program, because I understand with regards to co-investing is that we, at least up to this point, we've been partnered with existing relationships, which is tremendous because we know how they're performing and things of that nature. But my question is more direct to the new managers, the new partnerships globally. We had experience, which your firm knows quite well, with that, I believe it was a venture fund from Latin America that everybody approved. In fact, your firm made a recommendation for us to invest in this particular fund. And at the end, we were not able to have a meeting of the minds with regards to the terms of that agreement, and as a consequence, we had to walk away. So that's my concern: is that what strategy is your firm as a consultant implementing that will allow us to deploy the large amount of money? As you know, we're going to be competing with big ones like CalPERS and CalSTRS in New York, and others who typically deploy about $500 million per deal. So I'm interested to hear what your firm, or how that firm is going to help us do this. Are we going to, is your firm active, for example, in Col Capital, which is the private equity association in Colombia, and other private equities around the world that will help us position ourselves and get LACERA's name out in the industry?
Definitely. I think LACERA continues to leverage the 19 offices that StepStone has globally. So I think from a geographic perspective, continuing to cultivate those relationships internationally is something that we would encourage. Your question around the size of capital or quantum of capital that you'll be deploying, I think it's probably a bifurcated strategy where you should be doubling down or increasing commitments to some of your large managers and global buyout funds. And then on the smaller end of the scale, selectively starting new relationships like you have through your emerging manager program that potentially graduate to core positions in the future. So having kind of that barbell approach of investing, sizable dollars, as well as, being flexible on the minimums to get in the door early, I think is a good strategy here.
And forgive me, Ms. Walker, if I may, Mr. Chair, follow up a question here is that I'm a little skeptical with regards to investing with large firms. Usually they raise $16 billion, $20 billion, you name it. And my question over the years has been, can a fund of $20 billion be deployed adequately? I'm under the impression that more the middle managers type is where the opportunities are at. Is that true? Am I mistaken with regards to my concerns with regards to large funds versus the mid-market funds?
Yeah, Mr. Santos, this is Jose Fernandez at StepStone. Just following up on what Ms. Walker was saying, when we say larger funds, the mid-market, as you know, because the private equity market has gotten so large, the mid-market has expanded from what used to be, maybe a $3 billion fund was a mid-market fund. Today, that's an $8 to $10 billion fund. It's a mid-market fund. And that's, I think, where most of LACERA's capital has been concentrated. It's not in the very large funds, although there's some of those, but mostly in the mid-market. Although again, those $8 billion fund used to be the largest funds in private equity. Now, $20 billion funds are the largest funds in private equity. So the market has expanded in that way. I think that's why what Ms. Walker mentioned is very important, that continue to invest in those 8, 10, $12 billion funds that can accept a large commitment, but also a very important strategy for LACERA is to not abandon the smaller end of the market. So below the $8 billion funds, including emerging markets and emerging managers, and as those emerging managers grow, and you have several examples of them in your portfolio, where they may have been less than $1 billion fund when LACERA first invested, is today an $8 billion fund, and you have been able to grow your commitments as those funds grow, and those funds have continued to generate very good returns. So having exposure across the spectrum is important, because one of the things, you mentioned some other large pension plans. One of the things, so some of those other large pension plans, as they commit more dollars, they stop investing in smaller funds. The strategy we recommend is that you don't stop investing in smaller funds, even though you're going to be committing more dollars. So that's an important part of the strategy, as Ms. Walker mentioned, just continuing to invest in those smaller funds and then increasing your commitments as they grow. And then the international exposure, as you mentioned, that's where we think StepStone can be very helpful in terms of the fact that we have people in Asia, in Latin America, people specifically covering Africa, that can help source some commitments for LACERA. But of course, LACERA also is in a better position than many pension funds that we know, because you have a relatively large staff and a very good staff with their own very good and strong relationships. So that's also going to be helpful. And then becoming a limited partner of choice. These general partners can select their partners. And how does LACERA become a limited partner of choice? Actually, this co-investment program and secondary program is very helpful, because the general partners then can view LACERA as not just the primary investor in their funds, but also a potential value-added investor, as they can commit to co-investments or take a secondary position, which means that they are replacing another limited partner, and the general partner already knows LACERA, so that is helpful to them. So I think all of that helps. And then last point is, you mentioned the organizations, and we do participate in LAFCA for Latin America, the Latin America Venture Capital Association, which is improperly named because it includes venture capital and private equity. And then Cold Capital, you mentioned in Colombia. There's others in Peru, and Mexico is a MEXCAP. And there's organizations focused in Africa and generally emerging markets like MPEA, which is just all emerging markets. So we do participate in all those, and those do help source opportunities.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Mr. Fernandez, appreciate your comments. I move approval of staff recommendation.
A second.
Okay, thank you. So Mr. Santos made the motion, Mr. Kelly second.
Sorry that I was muted.
Okay.
I was talking about Mr. Kehoe being in the queue, but thank you for the motion, the second. Mr. Kehoe is next, but John, did you want to touch briefly on Mr. Santos's question or points?
I could do it very quickly. Is the recommended pacing changes is not a wholesale change in terms of our internal process, in terms of the nature of the program. The PE team meets every week, and our current pipeline is many multiples of what our annual deployment pace is. And that includes both larger commitments and new potential relationships. So I don't view this as a risky change per se. Now, what happens in the market, that we never know. But in terms of our process, I think that we've got a very solid pipeline and process.
Thank you, Mr. Grable. I have Mr. Kehoe.
Thank you very much. I have just a question about, I think it's more of a process question on this. So I know we're discussing dollar amounts and we're getting very granular on these dollar amounts. Yet the asset allocation overall for private equity is set at a target of, I think, 20%. Why are we not just discussing percentages and leaving those percentages alone? So right now we're talking about raising, the limits on a variety of areas. We wouldn't necessarily have to have those discussions if we were focusing on percentages, because that would flow with the increase in size of the portfolio or increase in the investments in the asset class, depending upon how we want to frame those percentage increases. So I'm just curious from staff why we're not focusing on dialing in appropriate percentages, and then those percentages would translate to actual dollar values that you'd have for investing on an annual basis.
I'll give it a shot, Mr. Kehoe. We want to get to the target over time. We don't want to rush into anything. And so we've always paced ourselves. And so that's why we bring the dollar amounts, and we use the pacing model at Stepstone to try to calculate how we can get there in a judicious way. So we don't want to be over committing early, because as John just said, we can't predict what the market's going to do. And so we don't want to be way over our target allocation. And this has served us well over time. I think right now we're about at 14.5% of the NAV of the entire trust. So we find that just going there at a measured pace brings some discipline to the process. Of course, we are very cognizant of what those percentages are, because we see them every quarter. But we come up with those dollar amounts and try to estimate what that percentage will be as we move forward. So it really is both dollars and percentages. But we believe that doing it at a measured pace is just more constructive to how we put the portfolio together.
So as a follow-up, I totally understand that. I agree 110%. The target might be 20%, but we've seen it slowly go up over time, which is great. It's measured. That's what we should be doing. But we still gave you a 20% target, and we stepped back as a board and said, okay, get to that as you do it. So when we get into the granular level and we're talking about, this $2 billion and slow increase on that, why are we talking dollars? Why don't we just give you a percentage? And we understand you're going to be under that percentage, but your goal is to get to that percentage, rather than coming back and saying, okay, well, we hit it, now let's ask for some more. Okay, we hit it, now we ask for some more. I don't mind doing that as a board. That's what we're here for. But I just think if we looked at appropriate percentage of assuming, okay, we were 100% funded, we had all 20% in here, what percentages do we want in each of these subcategories? And then we just give you those percentage limits, and then you try and fill into that amount. So if that makes sense. I don't mind if we're going to be approving dollar values, but we seem to be mixing asset allocation targets with, then we're getting granular on dollar values. So to me, it's just kind of backwards. I'd rather just say, here's your percentages from the very top overall portfolio all the way down to the minute levels, and now go forth and conquer. That's what I would prefer to look at doing. But
Mr. Kehoe?
Yes.
One thought is, or maybe the easiest answer, I thought Chris gave a good answer, is that the way that we're doing is the convention. My sense is all our peers do it like this, but to kind of pre-discuss what we're going to discuss in the offsite section about allocator to investor and exploring different models, I think that is a constructive comment that we can come back to the board in the future to not just present a dollar when you don't know what's going to happen to the denominator, which I think is your point, and we can come back with a percentage in subsequent structure reviews.
Perfect. And I'm by no means suggesting, not supporting this item. So I am in support of the item as it's presented. My suggestion is exactly that, Mr. Grable, is why don't we take that back? You look at it and say, let's go with percentages. And it's probably going to be a lot higher than these. In fact, I know it'll be significantly higher than these dollar limits, but we can live with that because now we're giving you percentages to work within, and then we don't have to sit down and discuss it, going forward. I think it puts a limit rather than gets granular at it. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. So I will go ahead and be comfortable with tabling that discussion to the offsite, and I'm in support of the motion that's presented.
Thank you, Mr. Kehoe. I do not see anyone else in the queue. We have a motion and a second. Any final discussion on this item? And I apologize, my video seems to have died, but I'm here. Linda, go ahead and call the roll, please.
Okay, Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Santos,
Aye.
Mr. Kehoe.
Aye.
I don't see Ms. Greenwood. Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Bernstein,
Aye.
Ms. Sanchez, Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
okay, and Chair Knox.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Linda. We are on to 8B, which is a recommendation by Mr. Rice related to the Brown Act, the emergency order by the governor, and our ongoing meetings. And this going forward will be a routine item that we will consider under the consent portion of the agenda. Unless there are any questions for Mr. Rice, I would entertain a motion.
I'll move the item.
Motion or moved by Mr. Kelly.
Chair Knox, I have a question.
Can I get
as well?
A second before?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. So a motion by Kelly, second by Bernstein. I have Mr. Bernstein in the queue, followed by Mr. Kehoe.
My recollection is that we passed this last week at the BOR, but we amended it so that it would, going forward, go to consent rather than non-consent. I just wanted to confirm that we have the same motion here. And if not, I wanted to suggest we amend the motion so that going forward, this returns as it has to, but returns on consent.
Mr. Rice?
Yes, I took the BOR as more of a comment, which we will certainly intend to follow as opposed to part of the motion. I could be mistaken about that, but it's fine to have it as part of the motion. The important thing is that each time the board actually make an affirmative decision that the findings still can be made, but that can be done via consent.
So if the motion maker is comfortable, I would suggest we amend the motion, just that we pass the motion, but that the return be on consent next month and not on non-consent.
And I'm fine with that as an approver.
And then just as a comment, with staff coming back, this is a good time to not make things more complicated, but I want to just reiterate the concerns I mentioned last month, that we are the trustees of this organization. We are sending our employees back into the office, and we don't have really a plan to get back ourselves. I think that if our workers are being required to show up at the office, we need to be timely about getting back. I don't think this is the time this month, but I am concerned about the timeline for that.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Mr. Kehoe has withdrawn his request to address this item. Mr. Kelly, did you have a comment?
I did. Following up on Mr. Bernstein's comments, with which I agree, no one has contacted me from staff regarding my vaccination confirmation. So we've been talking about staff, but the board if the board goes back to the boardroom, that whole process needs to needs to apply also to trustees. And so I hope that sometime in the near future, we get some communication from the CEO about that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I do not see anyone else in the queue. We have a motion and a second. Linda, please call the roll.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Santos, Mr. Santos. Okay. Mr. Kehoe,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Bernstein,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
okay, and Chair Knox.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We are on to 8C, recommendation, board approve attendance of 4 trustees, the Latin America U.S. real estate meeting, November 29th and 30th.
I'll move it.
Moved by Mr. Bernstein,
I'll second.
seconded by Mr. Kelly. Any other discussion? Linda, please call the roll.
Okay, Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Santos. Okay, Mr. Kehoe,
Aye.
Ms. Greenwood, not here. Mr. Jones,
Aye.
thank you. Mr. Bernstein,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
okay, and Chair Knox.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. 8D is similar, a request that the board approve attendance for trustees at the Oxford Impact Investing Program, January 31st through February 4th, 2022.
I'll approve the item.
Moved by Mr. Kelly. I will second. Any
Okay.
discussion? Linda, please call the roll.
Mr. Green,
Aye.
Mr. Santos,
I'm sorry, I lost connection. What are we voting on?
This is the 8D travel for the Oxford Impact Investing Program in January 2022.
Thank you. Aye.
Mr. Kehoe,
Aye.
Mr. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Bernstein,
Aye.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
and Chair Knox.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We are on to item 9 under reports. The first item, rotation of board officers. We have a memo from Mr. Bernstein as chair of the BOR and myself. It follows up from our discussion last month. There's no formal approval yet on this item, but staff is looking for feedback on the key terms that are at the end of that report. There's a menu of options at the end. Mr. Liu is here. He's going to give us a quick overview again. But before I turn it over to him, I did ask that he share what the board selected, our Board of Retirement selected from that menu of options, not to force us to do the same thing as the BOI, but just out of, I think, consideration. If we want to be consistent with that, that's certainly an option. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Liu.
Thank you, Chair Knox and trustees. Good morning, everybody. Just a short recap. Back in September, a number of options were presented to the board about alternatives to the current process of doing board elections. And so the general consensus was that the board wanted to go with a seniority-based system. So this memo basically lays out, kind of dives deeper into the terms of that process. So I'll just briefly kind of go over those. So we're going to go with a seniority list. One of the concerns was that maybe there was a lack of parity between the appointed and elected trustees. So a couple of alternatives to consider in terms of how we would compose that list. In the memo, I indicated one option would be to count the gap year for appointed trustees, or the other option would be to have a separate seniority list between elected and appointed trustees. Now, one point of clarification I would like to make is that these options will be mutually exclusive. And I'm also talking from the perspective of each board position. So you have 3 board positions, but under each position, for example, option 1 would be one list with appointed and elected trustees and counting the gap year, or option 2 would be a separate list between elected and appointed trustees, and then you sort of alternate odd or even years for that particular position. The other term here would be years of board service, how we count that. I think we would basically count all LACERA board service that a trustee has within that board. We're not commingling service from both boards. We're going to alternate board members. This board does not have alternate board members, so it's really not relevant to this board and more for the Board of Retirement. And then as far as the minimum service requirement, about whether, someone should have at least 1 or 2 years of service before being eligible to serve. I think in this particular term, it may have been more relevant in the other option that we have presented about if you were to rotate your board seat number. I think based on our prior discussions in the Board of Retirement, this may not be an issue. And then as far as term limits are concerned, I think the way we have things set up, you probably won't have people serving consecutive terms because of the fact that, you're alternating, or somebody who has served already, is going to have their years reset to 0. And so somebody else will be on the list. As far as opting out is concerned, something to consider would be whether someone can indefinitely opt out of serving in that position, or should there be a number of limits that they can opt out on. One thing last time at the Board of Retirement that I didn't discuss that I think we should deal with here as well would be vacancies. In case a trustee couldn't serve out the term, how we would want to deal with that. So with that, I basically summarized the key terms here that, for this board to consider at the end of the memo. And then keep in mind that we should also add in the topic of vacancies as well. So happy to, get any feedback from everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. I appreciate your efforts on this. And just to summarize, the BOR said, yes, credit for the gap year, no to keeping separate lists of appointed and elected trustees, no minimum service before becoming an officer, and then the number of opt-outs would be indefinite. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have Mr. Kelly in the queue.
Thank you. And thank you for your work on this, Barry. I have some questions. On page 2, under background, I didn't see reference to the JOGC, and my recollection is this first also flowed through the JOGC, no?
I think I was originally assigned this task back in August, and my understanding was it was to go to each board separately, so we didn't really discuss the JOGC. And I think
I'm not saying in the future, I'm talking about the past. You talk about how the policy flowed through to where it is today. Previously, the JOGC discussed this matter first, is my recollection, several months ago.
I don't recall that.
Am I wrong, Mr. Knox?
As the chair of the JOGC, it did not go through us.
Yeah,
Did not?
no, it did not.
Okay. Under discussion, each board could adopt a policy that differs from the other board, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it would not necessarily have to go to a joint board meeting. It could be decided individually by each board.
Correct. I think we may have been thinking out loud on that initially when we start this process.
Okay, on the bottom of page 2 under seniority list, under your comment, I thought it would be just helpful to note that the Board of Supervisors also face term limits, which restrict their ability to appoint trustees on an ongoing basis, because they can only appoint trustees during the term of their service. On page 3, on the top of page 3, gap year for appointed trustees. I think you referred to this in your comment,
Hey,
but
Lindsay,
it's still
sorry, I'm on this LACERA
Mr.
board.
Hernandez, can you please mute your mic? Thank you.
I think you referred to this in your opening comment, but I'm still a little bit confused about the single seniority list, because earlier in the memo you said that the list is officer specific, which means that there would be 3 seniority lists, not a single seniority list.
Yeah, so that's what I want to clarify. So we have 3 board officer positions: chair, vice chair, and secretary. So I think it would be most helpful to look at this from a perspective of each officer position. So, for example, for chair, the option would be, should we use a gap year approach or a separate seniority list approach? And that would be consistent across each board officer position. So that's why if you're going to go with the gap year approach, that's basically one list under the chair position with people commingled, or the other option would be separate the list between elected and appointed under that position.
Okay, got it. There's reference to, on the bottom of page 2, on the bottom of page 3, there's reference to alternate board members. And you speak to the current practice that alternate board members participate in the meetings. But does state law require that the alternate board members participate in the meetings? If it does not require, if state law does not require that, I would be uncomfortable considering the current practice of the elected alternates, assuming that their practice will be the practice of future elected alternates.
Yeah, so I think I clarified that this board does not have alternates, but as to your question, state law does not require that alternates or even regular trustees attend any meetings. But the practice has been that they do attend meetings along with their regular members.
Okay, and then on page 4, under term limits, you state that if a single seniority list is used under the gap year approach, it would not be possible for a trustee who served in an officer position to serve a consecutive term in that same position. And I don't know if that statement is true, because some of the other trustees may be newly elected or appointed and may not be eligible to serve. They would not even have the opportunity to opt out because they're not eligible to serve. So I didn't necessarily think that was a true statement. Do you have a comment on that?
There's no minimum service required. Why in your example would they be ineligible to serve as an officer?
Because they're newly elected and they haven't served for a year.
One of the options is requiring minimum service. The BOR generally like the idea of no minimum service.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the memo here.
And Joe, can I expand on that, because I see your point. I do not recall in the BR discussion a prohibition against back-to-back terms. Effectively, it seems unlikely on a seniority-based system, but we had a conversation about brand new people, and one of the points that was raised is that the outgoing chair, for instance, under the system would have 1 year of credit at the end of the year, because you lose all of your prior time, but for the year that you're in an office, you're accruing time. That person would have more time than a brand new member of the Board of Investments. And therefore, logically, if the 7 other people declined the chairmanship, which would be required, the chair would be able to step in again ahead of the brand new elected or appointee.
Understood.
So we might want to clarify that.
Yeah, understood. And again, I'm just talking about the memo that I reviewed. I'm not privy outside of the summary of the discussions at the BOR. So my final comment was, I do think that I had a little bit of a different perspective in terms of this use of this language, offer the position, because technically how I viewed it is the senior most person has the position. There's no process by which he or she is offered the position. It accrues to the most senior person. That person then has to make a decision whether or not to accept it or decline it. And so my other comment related to the ongoing process would be, I think at some point, maybe in October, the trustees on the board, all trustees on the board should receive the seniority list, so we're all aware of where we stand. I didn't necessarily see that referenced on page 5 in terms of implementation, but I think that would be a good thing. So those are my questions. Thank you very much. Also, thank you for all your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. I do not see anyone else in the queue. I know for myself, again, I appreciate all the hard work, Mr. Liu. I was generally supportive of what was agreed upon at the BOR. I think those options make sense to me. Okay, thank you very much. The rest of the items under reports are for information only, items B through F. I have not received any requests to hold any of those items. Any questions before we move on? Thank you. Items for staff review. Linda, do we have anything?
I don't have anything.
Perfect. We are on to good of the order. Can you please call on everybody, Linda?
Yes. I will start with Mr. Green.
Good morning. I don't have anything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Santos.
Yes, thank you. I'd again, would like to thank the staff for the tremendous work that they have done in the private equity strategy. Keep up the good work. And I love the numbers. 60% on the co-investing program is outstanding. Make sure you have the same numbers next year and thereafter. Only kidding. Only kidding. Great job. Thank you. And have a beautiful day.
Mr. Kehoe?
Nothing, just I reiterate, thank you to staff on all this hard work, and I'm looking forward to our offsite that's about to begin.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
No comment, nothing.
Mr. Bernstein?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you to staff. I also want to note I participated in the anniversary celebration for Pew Capital. I listened in on that, which was a tremendous event. And then I also listened in on Makita's Women in Investments webinar, which was equally as impressive. I asked Makita what percentage of the audience was male. Unfortunately, it was, I think, under 15%, because I think more men could have benefited from it. But both of those were really, really informative and really, really wonderful events. So I wanted to thank folks for putting those on. Thank you.
Chair Knox? I'm sorry, no, I'm saving you for last, sorry. John Grable.
I'd like to introduce two people to the board. We have two interns right now in the investment division. The first, I don't know if they have access to cameras, is Martin Wolf. Martin is an MBA candidate at USC. Welcome aboard, Martin. We're looking forward to working with you. The intern started a couple weeks ago. And the second is Bruno Pisenane. Bruno is an MBA candidate at UCLA, and both Martin and Bruno are working with our portfolio analytics team on two projects. The first is risk budgeting, and the second is coming up with kind of a new fee analytic that we could potentially have a nice simple measure to discuss the fee efficacy associated with our portfolio and investment. And we hope to have a presentation from both Martin and Bruno at the January BOI. So welcome, Bruno and Martin.
Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman?
Yes, I just wanted to also introduce Laura Guglielmo, who joined our team about 2-3 weeks ago, I believe now. So she's our new executive officer over the administration side. And so I just wanted to make sure I pointed her out. And if you wanted to just say hello to everyone, it would be fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Trustees, I've met several of you so far, which I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to chat with you. I'm really excited to join the LACERA team. I come with about 25 years of experience with the city of LA, including several years as assistant general manager of the fire and police pension system over administration, so a very similar role, and also other experience in management levels at the city of LA, and also as a city manager with the city of Palos Verdes Estates, home to Trustee Jones. So I appreciate the opportunity to join the LACERA team. I think it's a terrific opportunity and a terrific organization, and look forward to working with all of you.
Welcome again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Rice?
Good morning, nothing to add.
Okay. JJ Popovich?
Nothing to add. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Chair Knox?
Thank you, Linda. I just wanted to note that John and his team are working on the solicitation for general consultant, and there's an opportunity for 3 or 4 of the trustees to serve on the interview panel to meet with the proposers. If you were interested, please let me know by the end of the week, and I'll make a selection from those that are interested. And certainly rooting for the Dodgers tomorrow night. And with that, we are going to go into executive session. Linda, I'm going to leave and come back to try and reset my video. Maybe we'll just take a quick 2-minute break. We'll probably take a little bit long.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a longer break because we have to move all of the investment team into the waiting room. So it's going to take a couple of minutes. So
Okay, well, let's take 5 minutes now, and then we'll
Perfect.
take like 10 minutes after the executive session just to set up for the offsite.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
You're on mute, John.
Started, please. Take it away, John.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Knox. Want to thank all the trustees. We're very excited to be discussing our 2021 virtual offsite. It's too bad we can't do it in person. Maybe that's something that we aspire to do very shortly. The slide deck, and I'll give Calvin a chance to pull it up, is entitled Allocator to Best-in-Class Investor. We will discuss the kind of origin of that title of our strategic initiatives, Allocator to Investor. For purposes of this offsite, we inserted the phrase best in class. It's a belief of mine, I think it's a shared one, that everything that we do should either be best in class or at least directionally best in class. The goal here is to make this interactive. There are lots of threads that the board can pull. We're adaptable to whichever ones are pulled and the force with which they are pulled. So our goal, once again, is to make this interactive. Please let us know when to speed up, slow down, or take breaks. And I'll also, at the beginning, thank the investment team. Under that guise of allocator to investor, we often thank one another for hard work. And I will posit that hard work is something an allocator does. Hard work is a given for a best-in-class investor. So I'll thank the investment team for the good thoughts, the good thinking that went into this. So with that, Calvin, if we could turn to the next slide. So this is the agenda. I'll do a brief introduction, and then staff will walk through, more as facilitators rather than presenters, the 5 components of allocator to investor, introduce them and think about ways in which we could potentially pivot. Then we have 2 sections that will be led by our consultants. The first, a peer evaluation that will be led by Makita, and then geographic exposure, because there's been a lot of recent discussion at board meetings about our various exposures outside the US, and that will be a joint presentation or joint facilitation by Alborn and Stepstone, and then we will conclude and discuss next steps. The next slide. So this is our objective for today. And I think that the graphics really say it all, but I have a tremendous knack for restating the obvious. And the first is we will start on the left and evaluate the progress of the components of allocator to investor, our various strategic initiatives. We'll celebrate successes because I think it's important to do that. But not view successes as an end point, more as the continuation of a journey, and also discuss, where we have to pivot. And that takes us to the middle portion of this slide, where we asked trustees some questions. There was a poll that went out. So interspersed throughout the materials, we have some of those poll questions, as well as the voting and some potential discussion points. And then throughout, we will look to think of ways where we may want to intensify, move, redirect, in order to really think about that which takes us from being an allocator, on that journey to being an investor, but ultimately being best in class. And ultimately, everything that we discuss, we will review at a future board meeting, and then this will help inform the larger strategic planning that LACERA is going to be doing later this year into next year. So if we can turn to slide 5, and in some sense, this may be the kind of the you are here in terms of the map. And this slide may look a little familiar. We've used it the last 2 years in our work plan to discuss the status of allocator to investor. And the top half, where everything next to objectives, that's what we've spent much of the last year doing. In many ways, our strategic asset allocation is our strategic plan. We apportion our assets in order to the 3 lenses in the middle to optimize our returns, to mitigate risks, and to best manage liquidity. And that's in order to produce, protect, and provide the promised benefits. That's what we spent the last year doing. We've an updated strategic asset allocation, and we've recently updated our investment policy statement, and all of this is kind of enshrined in that document. What we're discussing today are various strategic initiatives that really help us implement that strategic plan or that strategic asset allocation. And they're listed on the bottom of enhancing operational effectiveness, optimizing our investment model, maximizing stewardship and ownership rights, strengthening influence on fees and cost of capital, and LACERA Tide. So if we could turn the slide, please. And this may be helpful for some of the newer trustees who may not have been on the board at the time that we coined the phrase allocator to investor. And that starts, if we look on the bottom left, from allocator to investor, and then there are, we call it the suitcases here. Those were a byproduct of the 2018 Board of Investments offsite. At the time, we were asked by the board to put together kind of a strategic planning exercise for the board. The board voted prior to the offsite, and then we had discussion at the offsite. We, subsequent to that, digested the discussions and the feedback from the board and put together the graph that's on the bottom left, which has 3 axes, and it really discusses going from being passive to being more intentional in every dimension, and that's allocator to investor. And the 3 axes that we discussed at the time were cost of capital, implementation model, and ownership rights. We then discussed that this is a journey, so we identified 5 suitcases that we would, in many ways bring with us along this journey. The allocator to investor plan has continued to evolve since that 2018 offsite. At the 2019 offsite, we had a discussion about staffing and culture. And in many ways, our human capital is the most critical aspect to allocator to investor, to everything we do, to our mission, to our members. We can't optimize that without having the best thinking, the best human capital, the best interactions with the board. And it's less relevant what the picture on that we shrunk on here, but it was really that offsite folded in the concept of human capital into allocator to investor. And then this past year, this is a kind of a redo of the prior slide, we added to this strategic diagram, LACERA Tide, where the board really approved the amalgamation of our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives that have been long-standing at LACERA into our strategic initiatives. And later on, after the introduction, we will go through these 5 pillars. Esme, David, Chu, Scott, Didier, and Chad will walk through the 5 pillars. And I won't steal any of their thunder, but all of this feeds into what we have in the middle, which is kind of our North Star, that North Star of being a best-in-class investor. One of the things that we will discuss is that it's kind of a non-linear path from allocator to best-in-class investor. The origin point is different. I would argue, not even argue, I will assert that we started maybe in a more advanced state, or there's more resources put to our stewardship efforts than our operational middle office capabilities back in 2018. And so the goal is that there's different paces of progress, but a lot of that is a function of where we started. So maybe we can now go to the first question, and I'm gonna, throughout monitor the chat, best see if there are any hands, questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and throughout all the questions, there'll be a similar format to this slide, where on the upper left, we have the actual question that was asked of trustees. On the right, we graph the responses. And at the bottom, there are some potential discussion points. If there are suggestions, we can discuss anything or nothing as it relates to those discussion points. I would observe that in a sense of self-evaluation, I would say some of our questions were A questions, others may have been B or C questions, and may warrant, greater or lesser discussion. And in some ways, this is a good pulse question to start out the discussion of allocator to best-in-class investor, where the board was asked on a scale of 1 to 5, where are we in terms of our progress from moving from being an allocator that's passive to being an investor that's engaged, intentional, proactive. And in some ways, I said, questions may have been A or B questions. I guess we gave ourselves a B or B plus as a group. I think that it may be helpful to think about what the component grades are for the various subcomponents of allocator to investor, that maybe a particular module is an A++. Others, we may need to direct special attention to. I would point out that what impresses me the most, not about the work that we've done, but it's collectively the work that we've done, and that we've made progress, notwithstanding tremendous change, notwithstanding a pandemic. And I think it's really, remarkable the amount of work collectively that we've done, and we've advanced, in terms of our investment model. We produced a generational return. Everyone did, but still, we produced a generational return. We're mindful of liquidity, never lost sight of our mission to members. We communicated well throughout the nadir of 2020. And I'm happy to, to pause for feedback or thoughts, or we can keep going. So not seeing any hands, I will go to the next slide, which is the second
portion. I was just going to suggest, John, that, folks can just chime in. We don't necessarily have to use the text box, but you're welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the second question I will relates to the pace of portfolio implementation changes. And once again, we gave ourselves the response. The majority of the response was just right. There was, a response that it's faster than preferred. And a couple of thoughts on this are, one, I think at an offsite in a discussion, it's critical to evaluate all thoughts, all points of views, because this isn't, a vote per se in terms of a board action, but every viewpoint is critical to us improving. And I think that just right and faster than preferred are not mutually exclusive, potentially. I think that there are some areas where we're doing it just right, other areas where it may be faster than preferred. I think that there's some areas where we're too slow. I think that there's some searches, for example, that I think that we could do faster. But I So once again, I think that one other point that I'll make on this slide is that the mindset of the investment office is not change for change's sake. Everything we do in some ways finishes the sentence about being guided by our mission to our members, produce, protect, and provide, and that we're not going fast to go fast. It really is in order to optimize that mission. So with that, maybe we'll go to the next slide. Thank you, Calvin. And maybe I'll refer to this as our proprietary algorithm that we developed just for today's meeting. And this really is the heart of the discussion. We'll go through each of the 5 pillars, and within each pillar, we'll accomplish the boxes in the middle. We'll talk about the objective of the pillar. We tie each of those pillars to our investment beliefs, which for staff, we always think that that's kind of not just a safe thing to do, but the important thing to do. Everything we do should tie to our big picture philosophies, beliefs, principles, because that makes everything that we do more durable. And once again, and in the best interest and connected to our mission to our members. We will discuss some accomplishments and progress. We'll also in that section talk about some evolution and contextual changes. For example, a pandemic. For example, compared to 2018, there's more time spent discussing cyber and geopolitical risks. And so there are some, and also the progress we've made, and that we're $70 billion today versus 40 billion-ish, back then. So I think that it's really important to discuss contextual changes. We will intersperse some of the polling questions. And then at the end of it, there will be some aspirational topics to maybe lead the discussion about ways we can think about pivoting and or not pivoting. And maybe where this proprietary algorithm comes in is that this discussion hopefully leads to that ramp that we have on the right, that our origin point 2018 allocator, we're getting towards being an investor. And I like the fact that the slope steepens, in this chart, that it's about becoming best in class. But once again, not change for change's sake. It's about optimizing our core mission and that mission to members. And the next section will be led by Esme. So I'm happy to hand it off to Esme, who will be talking about enhancing operational effectiveness.
Thank you, John. Good morning, trustees and Chair Knox. I'd like to start off with enhanced operational effectiveness. And this is the first pillar that we're going to cover today. And it's one of the 5 that we actually discussed in 2018. Operational effectiveness, I believe, is a great first topic to kick off today's offsite, as a sound investment operational infrastructure is foundational as we continue on our journey from allocator to best-in-class investor. Now, the objective that we laid out here in terms of operational effectiveness and kind of defining it is to use our resources to mitigate risks in ways that increase the likelihood of improved outcomes over time. Now, we've tied 2 investment beliefs directly to operational effectiveness. First is the investment belief on risk, specifically the measurement and management of risk. And second, the import of rebalancing towards our strategic asset allocation weights. If we turn to the next page, thanks, Calvin. This slide is repeated for each pillar in the presentation, and it shows milestones of our progress, starting at the bottom of the road with recent accomplishments, then moving to current efforts. And we end with some context and thoughts, as Mr. Grable had mentioned, on how we might evolve the pillar, as there have been many internal and external changes that have happened since the 2018 offsite. And to highlight a couple of accomplishments since then, first, we adopted a functional portfolio framework. Now, this has fundamentally changed how we make investments. We're grouping assets by the role that they play in our total fund. And this is powerful and insightful as it allows us to understand our exposures as well as our sources and risks of return better. Now, in addition, we have a dedicated portfolio analytics team. Being part of that team, this is dear to my heart. Prior to the team's existence, every asset class had different reporting, performance, and analytics capabilities. But having a centralized team that covers all things total fund elevates portfolio transparency and therefore our investment decision making. In the last year, Team PA led and completed the onboarding of a new performance system, a risk provider, real estate administrator, and completed a revamp of the board performance report, which we will continue to enhance. Moving to ongoing efforts, given our experience with, yes.
Can I ask a question? The fourth bullet down under accomplishments, it says increased percentage of assets held in custody.
Yes.
One would think that on its face, we hold all our assets in custody. Can you expand on this a little bit?
Absolutely. So Trustee Kelly, I would say that specifically, this had occurred within our global equity program in 2019. We had a lot of our assets, I would say about 20% of the total fund within BlackRock funds. And those funds were held and custodied at a BlackRock custodian. In 2019, we just moved all of those assets within about 8 funds. We collapsed that into an MSCI ACWI mandate at SSGA, where all of our assets are held in our name. That's thing one. And then generally speaking, Mr. Kelly, not all of our assets are custodied because we do have private assets, which we can be in commingled fund structures, closed fund structures, and therefore those funds are held again with different administrators or custodians.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely. So I would, yes. Is there another question?
Yes, Esme, I have a question. When I read all of these operational efforts, accomplishments, et cetera, many of them are execution related, sort of how you manage the program. However, I wonder if we can see a closer tie-in to auditing efforts that are actually aimed at auditing controls and real operational nitty-gritty, because I do think that we have had some failings in that space, sort of control deficiencies that I would love to ensure that we address. And some of them, I can see some of those are addressed in these bullets, but I wonder if we can be a little more explicit, as this is operational effectiveness. And from my perspective, controls are foundational to operational effectiveness, and therefore sort of a tie-in to the efforts of the audit, internal and external audits, and what they reveal. This is the place where they should be highlighted. And that's just a comment on my part, and just something that we can think about in the future as we continue to monitor and focus on not only places for improvement, but also monitoring the progress along that effort.
Oh, absolutely, Trustee Sanchez. We read you loud and clear. As you know, we have had some audit of the real estate program in the separate accounts. That's going to continue, as well as we have an internal ODD capability that we have provided some information to the board in terms of standardizing our operational due diligence across our investment platform. And we do understand that our internal audit is going to be reviewing those efforts as well. So duly noted. Thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Any other comments at this point from trustees? Okay, great. So again, moving on to ongoing efforts. One of the things here is that given our experience with the pandemic, business continuity, as well as going back to the office, is on the top of our mind. We want to continue enhancing our business continuity plan and ensure that as we embark on a hybrid work environment, that we maintain our operational excellence. And then some of the contextual things that we think about and will continue to have discussions with the board on are evolving risks, such as market risks related to the geopolitical landscape and ongoing attention to cybersecurity, as well as addressing the impact of increasing our portfolio allocation to private investments, while at the same time, continuously contemplating new return sources. Now the next two slides cover.
Esme,
yes.
I would comment on cyber.
Sure.
I think it's so important. You know, I think it was several years ago, Leon Panetta at Milken Institute said, for all of you who manage IT operations, go back and ask your IT managers if you've been hacked. They'll say no and then fire them. So I went back to the office and I asked my IT manager if we've been hacked. He said no. And I told Mr. Knox at the time to go fire him, and he refused. But the point being that it's the cyber risk is across the entire enterprise.
Yes.
And I do think, following up on Ms. Sanchez's comments about audit, I do think there's increased need for an audit perspective or review of cyber risks. But they really are material. And so, and they go beyond kind of, the basics of, strong passwords, et cetera. Can you put this cyber risk in terms of investments? Can you put a little more meat around it? I mean, what does it actually mean, evolving risk? I mean, I get that the risk is evolving, but what are you doing in investments to stay abreast of that evolvement and appropriately control for that risk?
Sure. In terms of the cyber risk, when we look at prospective managers, either in the private or public space, there are a number of operational due diligence tick-offs from the investment. I would say the questions that we ask managers as well as our consultants. So there is a review of documentation as well as the processes and procedures that are followed regarding cyber risks. That's kind of a thing one. And then thing two, as we onboard managers, especially in the public market space, we have an annual contract compliance for which one of the specific points of interest that we request information on is cyber risk, as well as cyber insurance. So we want to know if they have cyber insurance, number one, and number two, if they've had penetration tests and what the outcome of those tests are. And then generally just get a sense of the way that they review and who is responsible for those cyber risks. So there's a couple of flavors there of what we do internally for our investment manager set as well as our vendors. But I do understand that there is a broader executive effort on this as well.
So you're in essence establishing kind of a cyber standard that partners must have or maintain in order to do business with us, and you're monitoring for that on an ongoing basis. Do you find exceptions in terms of these reviews? Do you find exceptions where you say, okay, your standard isn't what it should be, and then what do you do? Or have you not gotten to that point yet?
Yeah, Trustee Kelly, I wouldn't say that there's a standard. I would say that we ask this, certain points of information for every vendor and manager that we have. As you know, we have had instances which we've brought to the board out of State Street, correct? Right, and this is something that we want to ensure that we have this information top of hand. We understand what happened and what the remedy is. And then, of course, there is a team that is consisted of the executive team as well as the investment team that reviews these instances, especially for vital and our most important relationships. So there is a constant communication, there is a constant review of that information. I just want to ensure, Mr. Kelly, that I don't want to say that we have a standard that is set per se.
One thing to add, I know that Ms. Sanchez is in the queue, is I think that this will help shape our investment model discussion, because right now we don't manage assets internally. we're non-transactional, our systems. It's browser-based, and obviously every browser can be penetrated. To wire money, there are checks and balances, multiple parties, multi-point authentication is involved. But I think that it is something that is increasingly relevant. It will shape how we future decisions about investment models. And I think one of the things that the area that may have had some operational challenges is real estate. And that's something that may have been the most transactional. So I think it's really important for us to reinvest and invest more time and resources in these middle office capabilities. And that's one of the things why I think having a portfolio analytics group is so important for us.
Appreciate it.
Great.
My turn?
Yes, Trustee Sanchez.
Yeah. So I'm switching gears a little bit. Actually, I'm looking at your evolution towards the ramifications of increased allocation to illiquid and private investments. I think that it was certainly something that was top of my mind, that as we continue to sort of make more and more illiquid investments, whether they be in private equity, private debt, or other forms of investments that are subject to gating, lockups, and other kind of terms. One thing that we shouldn't forget about is to also continue to ensure that the reserves that we believe are cash and free and readily available are indeed very fungible. And I say that with the kind of black eye of having experienced that in the great financial crisis as an allocator. While you know what parts of your portfolio are illiquid, the worst thing to find out is to find out that a portion of your portfolio that you believed was liquid is not as liquid as it should be. So I assume that is the full scope of what you are doing, but in case it isn't, I'm just throwing that in there as a thought that I have for you. So you don't have to respond, but that's just my kind of notes and thoughts.
I think it's important for the trustees to rest assured we have a daily cash report that we look at, and we have over 1% of the cash that sits as cash, that's overlaid but sits as cash.
Great. So Kelvin, if we can go to the next slide. So this is where we start addressing survey questions. And here we have question number 4, where we ask the board to rank in order of relative usefulness some common BOI materials. Now, from the results on the right, we can see there was really no clear category that I was identified as most useful. However, we do see that investment recommendations, total fund information, as well as market commentary all fared very well. But I'd like to open up the conversation here to trustees for any comments that can further tease out preferences regarding this topic, if any.
I'll offer a few comments. I've
Sure.
been impressed with the revisions to the total fund information reporting. I think that's been good. The individual investment recommendations, I don't believe that the format is always consistent, and that to me would be really helpful. Just at the first page, what is it specifically you're asking to do? How does it tie to strategic objectives or these strategic objectives? That's not. It's in the body of the materials, but it's not always. The report that request format is not always consistent. Sometimes you have to go into the body of the materials to find some information. Those are my 2 comments. And generally, though, I wanted to just mention, while I participated in answering the survey questions. As you go through this, I think I mentioned this to John when I submitted my responses. It would be informative for me to know we're being presented with how the board voted, but I don't know how the board's answers differ from staff's answers or staff's perceptions of where they think they are. So as we go through this discussion, if there are material differences between this may not be the best question to serve as an example, but if there are material differences between how the board responded and how staff thought the board would respond, or how staff feels they are doing, or what position they're at in this process, that would be informative for me to hear about. I just mentioned that as a broad comment, but thank you.
Well, thank you for that feedback. Anyone else on this topic like to share? Okay. So if we turn to the next slide, we cover survey question 21, which was a fill in the blank question on how well trustees felt our investment program fared during the pandemic. And we note that many trustees wrote in that the program functioned very well, and the rest of the responses were positive. But at this time, we would love to discuss how we can better, we can all do better, staff, trustees, consultants, as a means to further strengthen and enhance our investment program. We welcome any ideas or suggestions on this.
This is Keith. I guess from your perspective, Esme, what did you see as part of the hybrid environment? I mean, to me, a lot of it seemed, a lot of it went on, in the background, and I didn't notice much of a difference. So, I think that's a good thing in a lot of ways.
Yes.
But I'd be curious to get your take, and especially in your new role, how you're going to approach it, with your staff, and is there anything you would want us to be aware of that maybe we didn't consider as part of this question?
No, I would say, Chair Knox, that we really adapted very quickly. And I think that the mode of communication, having Teams as our main platform, was extremely useful. And it actually elevated some of the work pace and processes that we had previously not had. For example, not having access to certain files, but now we have access to everything. Being able to communicate through chat is really great. And also being able to just set up meetings and seeing everyone's calendar. It's just much more transparent. Really enjoy being able to meet in this way. I do miss being in the office, of course, but I completely feel 100% comfortable in a hybrid environment. In fact, I have been in the office working on, some things at some point, still working with my team in the background. It's completely seamless. So the process, the systems, the communication has been wonderful.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move to the last slide. At the bottom of the page here, we added a transparent view of the accomplishments, ongoing efforts, and evolutions page. And on the top right, we listed aspirational considerations we view as potential initiatives in our path to becoming that best-in-class investor. And we also embedded trustee poll responses. So for operational effectiveness, those possible aspirations include ways to strengthen our risk orientation in a low return environment, to continually improve on the board packet, as we chatted about earlier. We hear your feedback about cyber risks, auditing. We also look to enhance compliance by standardizing reporting across asset classes. And here I'm speaking specifically to private assets. From an office culture perspective, we want to review our team structure, our org chart. And last, we want to further enhance our diligence efforts. If there's any other items that we'd like to add from today's conversation, beyond what had been suggested by Trustee Sanchez, Trustee Kelly, we'd be happy to add that to our list.
I think Mr. Jones is in the.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just have a question for you.
Sure.
Maybe this is both Santos and John there, but in terms of the overall kind of force multiplier use of technology, do you feel like between the best-in-class aspirational state and where we've evolved to now, is there still a significant gap to be covered? Are we almost there with a few tweaks? But just in terms of our leveraging of kind of best in class technology from that end, how do you feel where we are kind of currently?
And maybe Santos, it'd be helpful to talk about the internal technology council that you've established, because I think that our collaboration is terrific as it relates to embracing technology. And I think that we use it in a way that we never have in the past, whereas now it's an enabler, recognizing that the more we use technology to enable business services, we kind of open ourselves up to risk, you know, to cyber and others. But maybe it would be helpful, Santos, just to talk about that IT council and the way technology projects are evaluated.
Yes. So thank you, John. Trustee Jones and rest of trustees, we have established an internal technology council that all business elements of the organization, including investments, sit on the panel, and projects come forward and are reviewed and prioritized. Funding is identified for us to make sure that we're deploying our assets as efficiently as we possibly can. This weekend, we actually had a major milestone where our mainframe applications have been transferred over to our new partner out in Phoenix, which is going to assist us, not only the investment team in terms of them sharing files and doing their work, but I think that John and I have come to an agreement that we have to make sure that we collaborate in every aspect, not only in the third parties that he's using as part of his operations, but also how we can be supportive of him, because moving from an allocator to an active investor is not a small thing. And we need to make sure that he has all the tools and his staff has all the tools that they need in order to implement his strategic vision, or the board's strategic vision, I should say, moving forward. So the council is a big step. It provides a lot of transparency. It provides a rationale and reasoning for prioritizing things. We defer projects at some point in time. We've had to do that, and it's reflected now also in our budget process as well. And so I'm very happy with the collaboration that we've received from John. I know that Jude Perez is the representative on the investment side. And it's important to point out that he doesn't just vote on items that are concerned to the investment, but he's, in terms of the overall strategy, he has to take a look at the overall, and he has to vote on specific priorities and what projects are going to go to the top, and which ones are going to move forward, which ones will go to the OOC committee, and so on and so forth. So I think we're on a good path. We're not all the way there. There's a lot of things that are on the drawing board in terms of tools that we think our staff needs. So I don't want to put a percentage on it. Are we 50% there, 60% there? To be honest, things are moving so quickly that it's going to go up and down, quite frankly. But I appreciate the investment team's input. I also want to give the investment team a shout out in terms of the pandemic. They were the first group that we identified to pilot, quite frankly, teams and how we're going to communicate internally, and they did a stellar job. And the communication from that point forward really helped educate us in how we can roll out to the different operations as well, these new tools and how they could be used, and how we could reconfigure things in order for us to be more efficient and effective through the pandemic. And so I want to salute John and his investment team for piloting that for us early on in the pandemic.
Okay, thank you.
Well, trustees, thank you so much for your interest and your feedback. We can now move on to the optimized investment model pillar, which will be led by David Chu.
Good morning again, Mr. Chair and trustees. The second pillar we'd like to cover today in our journey from allocator to best-in-class investor is optimized investment model. So this section will follow the same format that Esme just went through. Starting with our objective. The objective here is really to leverage our competitive advantages through investment structures that utilize technology, cost savings, and people to maximize risk-adjusted returns. This objective ties to our investment beliefs via consideration of net of fee returns, being nimble and making modest adjustments during periods of dislocation, and third, identifying while also avoiding conflicts of interest. Turning to the next slide, we review the progress we've made so far in this pillar. And starting at the bottom of the roadmap, we start with accomplishments. I'll highlight a couple. So one is, we formalized structure reviews across all asset categories. And something that we discussed this morning was how we've expanded co-investment capabilities across private equity and more recently in real assets as well. In terms of ongoing efforts, we've utilized investment structures that have provided greater control and transparency. These include co-investments and secondaries, which allow us to build a more intentional portfolio. We've also strengthened internal specialization capabilities across asset classes and added team members across each of those. And as we look ahead, some of the context and considerations for our continued evolution include, as John mentioned, the fund is now nearly 75 billion with a global footprint. The portfolio is much more complex with a greater number of investment strategies. And this last bullet of building to our desired competency, this is a concept, the knowledge and/or scale is a concept we're going to refer to throughout this section. And what we mean by this concept is that active mandates like illiquid credit or private equity require knowledge or proprietary research. On the other hand, passive mandates are about economies of scale and technology, such as index funds. Where one can potentially go wrong is taking the wrong approach for an asset category. And I'll take, for example, investing in venture capital. If we took an index approach, we might be disappointed in the results given the huge returns dispersion between the good and bad managers. And as we look to the future, it may become increasingly important to match the right approach with the asset category. Turning to the next slide. These next three slides, we cover a few of the trustee polling questions around internal management. Specifically on this slide, trustees were asked to rank the relative concerns they have associated with internal management. And as touched upon in the earlier section, cyber, operational, and adequate staffing were identified as the top concerns. While cyber is important across the portfolio, as we discussed, I think we wanted to also highlight that cyber has particular importance for some of our bigger mandates, for example, in public equities, which may be in the billions of dollars versus an active mandate such as a private equity co-investment, which may be in the millions of dollars. Similarly, poor investment returns and access to market research may be a bigger risk for those active mandates versus a passive mandate like an index fund. In the evaluating internal management, we welcome trustee views on sharing some of their concerns as well as feedback on this polling question.
Just a quick point that I had, and maybe this ties back to operational effectiveness a little bit, but you mentioned staffing. And John, how does succession planning fold into this part of the discussion? I mean, I think Esme is a great example of that when Ted left, but talk at a little higher level about what you're doing in that regard and how that fits in here.
Sure, I think it does fit in. So there's obviously that nexus. What I would say the most critical aspect of succession planning is cross-training in some sense. That I would say if we were to go back in time 5 years ago, the LACERA investment office had, if we had 5 PIOs, we had 5 discrete investment divisions and there was but there was more autonomy within those silos, less sharing of best practices and less collaboration. I would say today that each asset category has a internal investment committee, and members of the entire investment office can participate. Many of those investment committees involve other asset categories. We've had people lead investments in kind of not their primary asset category. So I think that we're cross-training more than we ever have. And we have more divisional projects that, just like this offsite, preparing this, it's almost like a jump ball in the sense of who's involved. So I think that's a key aspect in terms of there is more knowledge sharing, more opportunity to learn about other asset categories. I think one of the things that we have discussed, the pandemic kind of put this on ice, which was, should our levels below investment officer, should that be a generalist pool? And should people rotate and learn different opportunities? Is that too early in one's career to be forced to specialize? I happen to, earlier in my career, I was a generalist, and I think that there's a lot of benefits to that. And I know that there was interest amongst the team in that. We have also expanded the number of senior investment officers, because I think that is critical to for someone to step in the shoes of a principal investment officer or a chief investment officer, is for people to have increasing responsibilities. And I think that we have that. I would say some of it is evident here. I know that trustees have asked for it, which is greater participation at board meetings from the investment office. And I think that we have that, but it's something that is important to me. And I think that everyone should be in a position, because I think it's consistent with our fiduciary duty to optimize their own career outcomes. We obviously want people to do it at LACERA, but to the extent there are opportunities at a public pension plan or in the private sector, I think that also inures to our benefit, that we have a team that is continuously aspirational. And one other thing, and then I can come up for air, is we're trying to develop more desktop procedures to the extent that people do retire, that we know precisely what they do. And this goes back to Ms. Sanchez's point about internal audit and compliance. I think that really is part of that, where in a human capital intensive business, your key assets leave the office every day or log off of Teams every day. We want to make sure that we have proper capture of that knowledge.
Thank you.
So I'll continue. One overarching theme that we have in this section, and just wanted to pose for trustees, is as we think about internal management, how do we balance the risks versus rewards in each of the asset categories? We don't have to address this topic now, but it'll be a recurring theme as we go over the next couple of questions. So turning to the next slide. So this question asked or surveyed trustees about which asset classes would they relatively prioritize for internal management. And you can see the results. While there wasn't a clear-cut winner, you can see public equities and fixed income were ranked the highest amongst the 6 categories. And as we explore this topic, we've highlighted some of the considerations worth potentially discussing. These include topics from ESME sections, such as the infrastructure or the plumbing and skill sets that we would need in order to implement internal management, as well as different complexities for liquid and illiquid asset categories. Revisiting the concept of LACERA's edge or competitive advantage in that asset class. Is it scale and or knowledge, or neither? We'd welcome any trustees' views on these discussion points or comments in color as to how they voted on this question.
I think it's easy to say that we should take asset management inside and we can save a whole lot of money. But I think that's really a very, I think it's a complex undertaking. and I know it was before I retired, which was the summer 19, so maybe it was 2018, where John presented to the board his kind of overview of what the undertaking entailed. And I remember being very impressed with that because I thought it actually considered that he appreciated the complexity of it. And so I think it's worth continuing to look at, but particularly in terms of public equity. So I generally think this aligns with how I answered this question. But I also, if you look at public equities and if half of it's indexed and BlackRock is charging us, I don't know what it charges us, 5 cents on the dollar or less. I don't even know why that would even be on the table, for example. So it's those kinds of questions. I'm kind of an admin and operational guy, and these are also markets where you have to be compliant with regulatory and compliance protocols from day one. You don't get 6 months to become compliant with them, and those are ever changing. And I think there are associated risks with them and associated costs. And then I think there's long-term impact to staffing. Do we have the right staff now? Do we hire staff who specialize in actually managing these assets in terms of markets every day? What is the turnover risk associated with that? So I think it's much more complex than one would initially think. I recall that John's analysis back in, I think it was 18, from my perspective, was on point. And so I offer that as my comments. Offer those comments.
I'll chime in here. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
You're a little muffled, Ms. Sanchez.
Yeah, I know. I had to change microphone, so I apologize. I'll do my best to hold it. One of the things that I think is important in sort of considering these kinds of questions, the internal versus external, I completely agree with Joe that the complexity of bringing on and launching an internal effort in anything is not only complex, but more costly than you realize, because the costs of compliance and the costs of operation are often not considered, which is what makes the trade-off between, say, something that's passively managed at pennies on the dollar not an easy one. However, I do think that there are benefits to capacity building, and somewhere in that sort of spectrum is some optimal point at which the benefits of having internal knowledge and capacity building may be worth it. And I think we have to sort of consider that, but let's keep in mind, in total agreement with Mr. Kelly, that these are not easy answers, and that the complexity is actually, and the complexity has only gotten more complex in the last decade since the great financial crisis, and the cost of compliance is quite material. So we have to think about all of those elements as well in any effort that we might consider. But also keeping in mind that there are benefits to capacity building, and are there ways we can capacity build without having to undertake the full scope? So I think that a lot of what the team endeavors to do in their due diligence efforts is to ensure that we have the right knowledge of the underlying investments, so that we can make these decisions with eyes wide open. And I think that the team actually does quite a good job of that, and that it has been improving from that perspective. And so, one of the reasons that I am comfortable with where we are is because I'm actually seeing improvement given kind of where we were before when I came on board. So, I think that also has to be acknowledged, that we were not kind of building I don't think we were taking as big advantage, 5 years ago of the potential capacity we had. And so I'm very encouraged to see how much we're continuing to build people's understanding and the depth of the investment memos has been impressive over the last 36 months, and I think that can only continue to improve. And these conversations are something that you tend to get to once you start bumping the top of that knowledge curve. So that's just my thoughts on how.
Yeah. I would also add that I found the chit chats, the informal chit chats that I think most trustees undertook with specific asset groups this past year are really nice. They were informal. It gave us an opportunity to get to know one another, check in during the pandemic. And it would be nice to see those institutionalized some way on an ongoing basis. I did one, but not necessarily we do them quarterly, but if we could do 2 a year, so over a 3-year term, you get to do 6 and cover them all. It would be nice to think about institutionalizing, I think, something like that, at least from my perspective.
Great, thank you, Mr.
David?
Kelly. Oh, go ahead, John.
Can we just stay on the comments from Mr. Kelly and Ms. Sanchez for a second, which is, I appreciate those comments. I agree, for example, that the internal private equity and co-investment program makes us better at underwriting funds. I think that there is knowledge gain. It makes us better at our craft, which is, good for people in terms of their career, but also fundamentally, it's in the best interest of our members. So I think that helps grow an investment organization. It goes back to Mr. Knox's question about, retaining succession planning. I think it's all related. The other topic that was touched on, and I think Mr. Kelly was spot on in terms of the nuances as it relates to internal equity trading, for example, where we tend to focus on the headline costs, the direct costs, that it costs, less than a basis point, and we work with State Street, less than a basis point, but we don't talk about the indirect costs, where the indirect costs may be, the principally is, and this goes back to what David had at the beginning, are we trying to build, to scale, or are we trying to build knowledge? And we're never going to replicate the scale that State Street has, or BlackRock or Vanguard. And as such, we're going to have wider tracking error. And we're going to, whereas with State Street or any of the top index providers, you're going to hit the benchmark. If it's managed internally, we may beat our benchmark or we may miss the benchmark, but that's just because our volume isn't the same. And it's those indirect costs combined with staffing and cyber and compliance that really makes it a challenging calculus for the board.
Great. If there aren't any other comments, we can move to the next slide. Thank you, Mr. Kelly and Ms. Sanchez for your comments. The final survey question in this section was asking about the ideal timetable for internal management. And based on the responses, most trustees answered within the next 2 years. To be fair, more context has been provided today. And so for discussion points, we note that liquid versus illiquid strategies may require different timelines, as we've discussed, and could potentially take more than 2 years if that is the path the board wanted to take. And for example, as we discussed, the systems, personnel, compliance, reporting requirements associated with certain liquid strategies requires much more work than active strategies. We also note in one of the discussion points the possibility of a never option, particularly if LACERA may not have or can build an edge within a particular asset category. And as with the other questions, we welcome trustees' feedback or comments on this question.
I can't remember how I voted. I don't know if I doubt I voted never. But going through this discussion, I would refer back to John's 2018 presentation, because I remember then feeling it was actually spot on. And for me personally, I don't think anything for me has changed since that time period. So maybe I'd be interested in seeing it again. I mean, I could go back through the agendas, but if you could just distribute it as a follow-up to me, at least maybe to others. But I think that laid out the framework for internal management in my mind.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Kelly.
I think it was 18, but I could be wrong. It might have been 17.
Mr. Santos, I saw you turn your camera on. Did you have a
Yes,
comment?
I do have a comment if I may. Yeah, you know, and I have been in favor of internal management for many, many years. But one of the difficult realizations in my mind is the fact that we have to compete with the private sector in terms of talent. And the biggest issue from my perspective in order for us to attract top talent beyond what we have, because I believe we have very talented staff. We are lucky for that. But I think if we are going to bring operations in-house, that's going to be a big issue in given the dispute that we have with the board of supervisors with regards to how much we pay our people is going to be very difficult. Hopefully that issue will be resolved, because I know like CalPERS and other large pension funds that have some operations in-house, they pay competitive, almost competitive, not quite, but there. And that is a huge issue. Like, for example, CalPERS provides the CIO with incentive pay and other PIOs. So it's a tough one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos.
I guess as a follow-up to Mr. Santos's point, you know, if we were to implement this, you know, within 2 years, you know, if there were an exodus of staffing or talent or some other issues, you know, what is it like to try and go back? I mean, you know, what is the risk of once we're in trying to unring that bell?
David, if it's okay, I can try to answer that, which is, I think that we would have to, at least for like an index mandate, for example, we would run parallel and do a kind of a paper portfolio for a while. We would need really strong internal written procedures. How we custody it, it's something that, to the extent we have a transition manager on the bench at any point in time, and we do have a bench of transition managers, you can always turn those assets over. So I think in some sense it may be easier for index type strategies. We would want redundancies. I'm really glad we didn't implement it in February of 2020, for example. That would have been, you know, horrible timing. But I think as part of a potential plan to bring more and more in-house, we have to grow our business continuity, business disruption, our practices. And I know that we've had multiple instances like that, but I think that this is a potential scenario that we would have to work on if so-and-so were to leave. And I would say business continuity is this, there'd have to be a dimension of that plan that would contemplate any assets that are managed internally.
Interesting, thank you.
Great. Any further comments from the trustees? Okay, if not, we can move to the final slide in this section, aspirational considerations. And you know, you see the top of the page, these are some potential aspirational considerations, many of which were taken from the survey responses and you know, covered in our discussion today. They include, you know, evaluating the merits and timing of prospective internal management, being aware of the risks, such as with cyber, operational risks, and people risks, and keeping our talented people, being mindful of competitive advantage as we think about, you know, which asset categories to potentially bring in-house, and also aligning the investment organization with larger fund size. So if we are looking to bring certain asset categories in-house, we should also strive to ensure that we have the infrastructure to do that. And with that, I'll pause for any further comments from the trustees.
Did these survey responses surprise you in any way?
I would say not really. I think I guess that's also a good sign that we are of one team and in mind thinking along some of these topics. So for me, I wasn't too surprised by any of the responses.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Well, maybe John, I'll hand it back to you.
And I think Scott's going to lead us through the next section, and maybe just for time check, Mr. Knox, would you like us to schedule a break for after this section?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Give folks a chance to grab a bite to eat for lunch or take care of anything else.
We've been going for an hour. Actually, can we just take a health break now for 5 minutes?
It's fine with me. Sure.
Keith, is this any better?
It is.
Okay, I think
Yes,
I,
it is.
Much better.
Much
I think
better.
I figured something out.
Good thing you had that break to do that.
I peed during that break. FYI.
Ooh.
Where's Alan? He's been threatening to buy me a filter for Christmas.
I think we're square if you want to get started, Mr. Drazel.
Great. And Scott Drazel will walk us through the next section.
Great. Thank you, John. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, trustees. So stewardship has been a key component of LACERA's efforts in recent years to move from an allocator of capital to operating more as a multifaceted investor with an ownership mindset of our capital and hopefully best serving LACERA's economic interests. Stewardship refers to a range of strategies, including proxy voting, engagements with portfolio companies, public policy advocacy. Our work in stewardship is guided in part, as noted on this slide, by the board's 2016 investment belief that states ESG is relevant to the investment process, as well as a recognition that LACERA's long-term success can be bolstered by continuous education, evolution, and enhancement of our investment strategies in a complex and dynamic market. So we'll move on to slide 24, please, Kelvin. Consistent with the other pillars, slide 24 is the flyover view of our runway in recent years. I'll spend a moment on this slide to level set the discussion, given the mix of tenures we've got on the board. Consistent with the format of the previous pillars, we start on the lower left with recent accomplishments, citing as examples the in-depth education series that the board's dedicated corporate governance committee ran after adopting that ESG investment belief, and through which the board explored credible strategies for ESG integration and stewardship, refreshed LACERA's high-level corporate governance and stewardship principles that serve as our North Star and guide the fund's stewardship work. As a basic move to exert more control of beneficial ownership rights, we restructured parts of the equities portfolio to take back proxy voting authority and be able to vote internally as opposed to delegating that authority to external managers, so that we now vote consistently across over 90% of the value of that equities mandate. We pursued a total fund approach on ESG integration, assessing each and every mandate across asset classes, and now scoring an A+ from the principles of responsible investment in recent years. We started active and targeted engagement efforts, are a more regular contributor to SEC comment periods. And we've got some new data tools on ESG and climate that helped us set an inaugural carbon footprint of the portfolio, conducting some scenario analyses of possible financial risk related to climate change, and working with Makita as our general investment consultant to stress test some of the capital market assumptions that underlie LACERA's new strategic asset allocation. Lastly, we've endeavored to be transparent in our efforts by instituting an annual stewardship update, which is posted on our website with the assistance from our colleagues in the communications department. Ongoing efforts, of course, include the ongoing collaborative investment or the investor initiatives, trying to advance greater quality of ESG disclosures, active roles and leadership positions within some of the industry associations, such as Principles for Responsible Investment, CII, and the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board, and also trying to continue to fold in more data into our process. As we take stock of where we've come and assess opportunities to refine stewardship strategies, we've highlighted in that upper right corner a few evolving market dynamics. We recognize this list is not exhaustive and is likely an oversimplification, but want to flag a few observations for trustees' consideration. First of those is, of course, a much more significant focus in the marketplace on ESG. That includes among our asset managers, stakeholders, and portfolio companies. With that greater emphasis on ESG comes a risk of some occasional window dressing by investment partners, or a view of ESG as a separate siloed investment product, as opposed to an integrated process to inform risk and return analysis. We've also seen in the marketplace a greater focus on measuring outcomes, including among which some of our peer funds and portfolio companies have adopted specific climate targets, such as a net zero carbon emissions. So with that kind of flyover view in place, let's move to some of the survey questions that we probed trustees on. As we look to refine, evolve, and identify any needed course corrections or enhancements to stewardship, we start with question 4, which asked whether LACERA might revisit and possibly refine the investment belief that addresses ESG that the board first adopted about 5 years ago. In light of the expanded work in recent years, the intent here is to consider, does that language provide adequate guidance? Currently, the language describes ESG as, quote, relevant to the investment process, doesn't necessarily explain what ESG means to LACERA or how it's relevant. It also characterizes ESG as a risk and lists ESG under the risk section, whereas we've now articulated in other policies that ESG can pose both risk as well as possible upside opportunities, such as the benefits of stronger investor rights as part of that G, or governance, benefits of diversity as part of S, efficient resource management like energy efficiency as part of the E. We note that last August, the board did approve new language incorporated elsewhere in the IPS, which gives more description to how we integrate ESG. Our governance and stewardship principles also detail LACERA's view on a range of ESG matters. And we recognize that the investment beliefs as core guiding beliefs are intended to stand the test of time. So here, in looking at the trustee responses, looks like there's a general preference to revisit, possibly refine that language first set in motion, half decade ago. But we'll pause here to welcome any additional comments or input from trustees on what motivated their votes as we develop future work plans and consider bringing forward some refined language for trustees' consideration. Any comments on this question?
What motivated, I think I voted yes. And what motivated my vote was the specific and admirable progress that we've made as an organization in understanding ESG over the last few years and incorporating it into our decision making. So I think when I look overall at all these strategic initiatives we're discussing, certainly since I've been on the board, I think we've made the most significant progress in this area of stewardship and ownership rights. Much of that has been consistent with Scott's hiring into the organization, and I think it's been tremendous and a pretty significant and admirable accomplishment. So I applaud the team for it. But I do think we're at we've matured in terms of what we think about ESG, and so I think from that perspective, it does make sense to separate it out. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
If I may.
Please, Mr. Santos.
Thank you. And this might be directed to Mr. Grable, but I always view ESG from the risk perspective. That's how we've been operating. So the question that I have, because I voted no, because I believe it belongs in risk. But if we separate ESG from risk, what does that mean, Mr. Grable? Does that mean that we are going to begin investing or allocating a certain amount of funds to invest in ESG type of funds? Or just because I'm not quite clear, what does that mean if we take ESG from the risk lens?
Sure, and thank you, Mr. Santos. and Scott mentioned it on a prior slide about the emergence of ESG as a product versus process. I think where LACERA is, we're a more sophisticated investor than a 529 plan or something. The individuals in that. For us, we have the expertise to evaluate all risks and opportunities of every investment. ESG, when you productize it, that means ESG is relevant just for whatever percentage allocation that is. I believe, and I think it's consistent with feedback from the board, that ESG considerations, both in terms of risk mitigants and return enhancements, are relevant to every decision, every prospective investment. So I don't think that this turns us into an ESG product orientation. I think this just increases in our investment beliefs the import of ESG considerations, not just as a risk, but as a potential return enhancement.
So I get that. Like, for example, we've been discussing human capital. And it is, I believe, that diverse human capital improves our returns. At least that's how I looked at it from my perspective. That's how I looked at it. But when you go beyond human capital and you look at, for example, renewable energy as an example, does this means that we are now, or are we, by the fact that the majority voted yes, is that a mandate to the staff that now we begin to look at renewable energy as an example as a strategic allocation to that particular strategy?
Yeah, and
clear?
Within real assets, for example, we have made investments in renewables, and that's what I think is kind of what can stand the test of time. The word I'll use is durability, is because we're investing as it relates to value as opposed to personal values, which may differ by person. By looking at considerations, risks, and opportunities, you can potentially avoid stranded asset risk, which certain energy investments may have, that the exit multiple may be lesser in the future than what you bought it at, or the opposite of that is the value of a renewable project may only increase over time. And that's something that we want to allocate more capital to because it's in the best interest of generating long-term returns for the fund. So I think that what we do stays the same, but we're just including more factors in our analysis.
Gotcha. So we will continue to look at these opportunities on an opportunistic basis, not, let's say, like, for example, real estate, where we decided that we're going to allocate, I believe we are at 10% for real estate. But rather, we're going to continue to evaluate those opportunities, and if they represent a good opportunity for us, then we will, or the staff will recommend that to the board for approval.
Yes, and in that example, and this is something I think the Real Assets Group is going to present at their structure review in November or December, is the GRESB standards, which are kind of ESG standards for real estate. And to the extent you have a building that is more cognizant of ESG considerations, the cost of operating that building may be better, which means it's more profitable. So I just think these are just more factors involved in how we underwrite prospective and existing investments.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, so that doesn't mean that we're going to sell a building right now and buy another one that is more energy efficient, as an example. But we're just going to continue to look at opportunistically what deals out there and whether or not it fits with our strategy, and then that's how we're going to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. Any other comments? think seeing none for now, we can move on to slide 26. And this question, the spirit of today's objective to take stock of our progress on strategic initiatives. The second trustee question sought to gauge your pulse on LACERA stewardship efforts, specifically asking if we should do more, less, or stay the course. The bottom of the slide highlights some observations, including that LACERA is institutionalized regular oversight by the board's dedicated corporate governance committee to set policies, monitor initiatives, and provide input. Where we pursue initiatives, we've discussed with the committee parameters and considerations, such as evaluating and prioritizing projects where we can be successful, where we can maintain credibility, and where an initiative merits deploying finite resources, fundamentally. Here, trustees' responses generally indicate we should stay the course with a couple votes to expand and one cautionary vote to possibly ease up. We'd welcome here as well any additional flavor trustees would like to provide on the responses to help us inform next steps in our work plans. Any comments here? All right, not seeing any. I can move on to slide 27 if I'm not overlooking.
Before you do, Scott, I guess just looking for your feedback. Are you generally in agreement with the stay the course mode from your perspective, or do you feel like there's more we should be doing right now?
Sure. Generally speaking, I think what we've endeavored to do is to be intentional, credible, and deliberate on everything. We recognize we have 9 voices around the table. We move most effectively and impactfully when we move holistically. Since we have made some strides in a few areas of stewardship in recent years, we didn't want to miss the occasion to take a pulse of the board as part of this strategic discussion today. So I think generally speaking, we're comfortable with staying the course, want to ferret out any questions or concerns here, but it looks like the read is to generally stay the course and consider its strategic opportunities to keep expanding.
I'll just add and comment that Scott, this is the new normal. So I mean, going back a few years ago, we weren't doing as much as we're doing right now. So even though we're going with the stay the course, it actually is a major expansion for what we have been doing in the past. So, and I applaud you for that. You have brought that and to the table with you and your peers and with the support of Mr. Grable and the board. So it's been great stuff. So I think I don't want to understate that staying the course is actually expansion from where we were. So continue doing what you're doing, continue the great work.
Gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Kehoe.
I have to agree with Mr. Kehoe. From where I first began, where we didn't have a corporate governance committee of the board, it was strictly controlled by the staff, well, particularly the attorneys, to just moving the corporate governance committee to the board, and the big task at the time was to try to convince management that they needed to hire somebody like you. And so, yes, I agree 100% with what Mr. Kehoe has said. We have come a long way, and I want to congratulate all of us for the tremendous work that we have done over the years to get where we are.
Thank you, Mr. Santos. It's indeed a group effort, and we appreciate the board's guidance and input for the full investment team on our work. Somewhat relatedly, slide 27 probes trustees on when and where we might consider opportunities to expand, escalate, amplify. Generally speaking, we pursued quiet diplomacy in our engagement with portfolio companies, as well as submitting comment letters to regulators. We do private meetings, and we often work in collaboration with other investors towards common objectives on our initiatives. This question asked if LACERA should consider additional tools in the toolbox by which we might escalate initiatives if companies not responsive to quiet diplomacy, or consider amplifying LACERA's profile to step out, per se, once in a while. Here, trustees' responses appear to span the full range, with one response indicating we should have a lower profile, the other one with a higher profile, and in the middle, several votes for maintaining the status quo or considering some select options for a greater profile, when and where strategic, credible, and compelling. In deliberating this question, we recognize profile can bring some possible advantages. For example, if we were to sponsor a shareholder resolution, that might help press a company that hasn't been responsive to our letters to consider a governance reform that we've recommended. Sharing fund news with the press once in a while might help communicate LACERA's positions on ESG and broader policy matters of interest. However, there are also some potential downside risks that we want to be cognizant of. For example, if our initiatives stray from policies or principles that were deliberated and adopted and approved by the whole board in a disciplined manner, we risk sending mixed messages that might confuse outside audiences and possibly undermine the intended impact of trying to amplify some of our profile. We know that the board has approved principles and procedures, and we've got some guidance that when and where LACERA takes action, it must be in accordance with those policies, with some internal checkpoints, general counsel, CIO, CEO, that should facilitate LACERA speaking with one voice where we do engage outside audiences. With the defined policies that we've got in place, we think we might have adequate experience under our belt as a fund at this point to consider some strategic options where they are constructive and might, of course, credible. We welcome any further comments that we should keep in mind as we do explore future work plans and ways that might start to escalate if it is logical and consistent with the board's principles and procedures.
I guess my comment here would be if we become more open about our efforts, will some consider us to be an activist fund? And then what are the advantages and disadvantages of that characterization versus this quiet diplomacy route that we've pursued so far?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Kelly, for the question. I think it's a key balance of activists sometimes has different implications. Active might be a synonym for some. For some, they might consider to be a friendlier term. The risks, it could be that it creates a risk of blowback on positions. It could create a risk of making sure that we're taking any initiative that might have more profile in a way that's consistent with the board's principles and policies. I think we are strongest when all oars are in the water rowing in the same direction, right? Mm-hmm. We don't waver in our route of travel as much. So that could be a risk that we'd want to be attentive to make sure that guiding principles and procedures, and the regular oversight by the committee is helping to make sure that we're calibrating any incremental steps appropriately. But the upside impact could be a little bit more recognition of what LACERA is doing at times.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think in answer to your question, should LACERA consider more public profile and select initiatives? I would say yes, depending on the initiative. And you're right, that does pose additional responsibilities, but hopefully with the approval of a deputy CIO position, the CIO would be freed up to assume some of these more high profile initiatives, commenting on some of these more high profile initiatives. But I think it would depend on the initiatives. I think when an initiative confronts us that we feel we have to become more engaged on, I think that will be self-evident is my gut. So
Yeah,
that's my comments.
I think that we need to continue to be strategic. The biggest concern that I had over this issue over the years is the fact that if we become active or public as CalPERS, for example, you invite a scrutiny from the public, the press, and my fear has been for many years, especially when the periods when we have active attacks on the defined benefit, that when you are up there, you are going to be scrutinized. Any decision that we make could be front page news. So we need to be strategic. I personally don't believe that we need to be up there and become another CalPERS, for example. But we just need to be very strategic. Every day I think about LACERA, I pictured the reporters circling around the building looking for a hot issue so they can write about. And one of the things that I'm been pretty happy is the quiet diplomacy, because it has served us well in the past. And so that's my view.
Please, Ms. Sanchez.
Were you going to respond to that? Sorry, I was just going to put myself in the queue.
We appreciate the feedback and the input. Again, this is the spirit of today's discussion is to kind of gauge the pulse, since we have developed programs in a number of areas. So, we do appreciate the range of perspectives and considerations that we want to keep in mind here. I don't want to preclude any comments that you've got to share, Ms. Sanchez.
Okay, thanks. So I think that there are a few avenues that we are, as I understand it, are currently using in order to effect our stewardship. And kind of, I think one of the things we should do before we really think about vocally public-facing strategic initiatives is to ensure that we have a lot of communication internally about how we're voting, which efforts of other of our counterparts we've chosen to vote with. And those are very tactical decisions that have to be made in a very, very short period of time. However, to some degree, I think internal awareness of where we have been voting is important so that we know what our voting record is, so to speak. And I think that should inform any strategic initiative that we may choose to undertake. That may also have to be done somewhat tactically. And what I worry about is that this becomes sort of its own beast without a lot of time to be able to be effective, and also kind of have kind of important input from the board. So I think the first step to that is just ensuring the regular reporting of what our voting record is, and where we have collaborated with our fellow plans and other organizations that we may choose to collaborate with. I think that kind of reporting can only be improved in order to ensure that we know where we are. And that I think will naturally inform the next steps of how we evolve in terms of our profile, because even just that would be very effective.
Hey, Scott, just to weigh in a little bit, I'm glad the board's pulling the thread, going back to the beginning on this topic. I think it's an important one. Going back to the discussion about optimizing investment model, and there were concerns there or discussion about staffing, I would say that we have existing staff more so to evolve our investment model than we do to, Mr. Santos used the word, to be strategic, more strategic in this dimension. We need more resources to the extent we elevate our profile, because it's a different skill set obviously Scott's, as expert as anyone in this area, but this is an area that we would have to think about our internal team and the resources we have.
I've got another comment. I was one of the ones that voted for a higher profile, and it was primarily around a couple thoughts, kind of in part echoing what Gina said, just to be a part of the conversation as they're talking about whether it's ESG or what have you, being considered part of the thought leadership around it. And there's always kind of the benefit of drawing better opportunities and better relationships and partnerships the more people kind of perceive you as being, a thought leader in that group. So that's one dimension. The other program initiative that I thought was especially important and also has a reinforcing operational piece is the TIDE initiative, right? That getting out there more proactively, talking about what we're doing in that dimension as a way of both providing some real-time ROI cover to other groups to consider it as perhaps as fully as we have, but secondarily also communicating to the prospective partners or candidates that we'd like to apply to TIDE, having more visibility, because I don't know that these initiatives necessarily have the visibility within the target segments that we'd like to see more participation or higher participation, quality participation, I should say, from at the same time. So I think there was a dimension of, yes, just like Herman said, I think being strategic is important, but I also think there's a, without necessarily knowing, all the downside of being held more accountable now because you're out more visibly or inviting more scrutiny. I was looking at it more from the standpoint of taking what appears to be a very well-reasoned and diligent thought process around some issues of import in the conversation today around investments and putting our qualified voice and thoughts and experiences out there for as a part of that thought leadership conversation. So that was partly behind, I guess I was the only one that put higher profile on there. That was part of the inspiration for that.
Great. Well, we appreciate the additional flavor, Mr. Jones and Ms. Sanchez as well. I think this helps inform how we might consider future steps, keeping in mind being strategic, reasonable, heard being integrated and cohesive within our investment process. And there's some opportunities there to perhaps strategically expand. So appreciate the flavor there. We can move on to slide 28. Mindful that I'm standing between folks and the lunch break possibly, but we won't give anything short shrift here. The last stewardship survey question probed trustees on our progress on climate particularly. We recognize ESG really represents quite a span of different matters and issues, from board quality, diversity, investor rights, financial reporting, transparency. But climate has been a key topic in the market. So we wanted to gauge our progress on incorporating consideration of the financial risks, as well as discussed earlier, the upside opportunities to position the fund for a durable future and incorporating climate evaluations into the investment process. By way of a quick recap, the board has adopted a clear principle guiding our work, recognizing that climate change can impact both individual investments as well as the broader market into which we're investing as a diversified kind of universal owner investor. We did complete and are tracking LACERA's carbon footprint and various scenario analyses in public markets to try to identify financial risk and opportunity. We collaborated with our general investment consultant, Makita, to stress test capital market assumptions. We've been active in the Climate Action 100 Plus initiative to engage 160 of the companies that represent about half of our footprint to adopt risk mitigation strategies. And we've been including some updates of our climate work as part of that stewardship update. Going forward, we could further expand the total fund approach by expanding our analysis to include more modeling in private markets, try to have a total fund view of where we have concentrated risk and might lean into opportunities. Here again, trustees covered each response category with most votes for continuing a deliberate approach. And perhaps by way of continuing a deliberate approach, we naturally expand. But we did have a couple votes to also clarify or do less. So we want to be cognizant of trustee input here too. So welcome any additional comments that trustees have for our consideration as we build out future plans. Any additional comments on the climate change work? All right, perhaps hearing none, let's move on to slide 29, which tries to reflect the survey responses and formulate some next steps in line with our overarching theme to try to be best in class, a thought leader, as trustees commented, including maintaining a deliberate, thoughtful approach to stewardship as compelled by our mission to preserve and enhance economic value for the fund, possibly refining the ESG investment belief to add more explanatory language, continuing to build out a total fund approach to climate that leans into identified opportunities and is aware of areas of concentrated risk in an intentional and cohesive manner, and a focus on, I think, some more outcome-oriented engagements with clear communication. I think we've heard in comments today, both internally cohesive as well as to external audiences on our progress and efforts within the industry. So if there are no further comments, I'm happy to pause and perhaps turn it back to Chair Knox or John, given the time, if there are timing considerations, or if you want to jump over to Chad on the next pillar.
Just one clarifying comment, Scott, if I may. On that last item, the effective communication, I would actually, if you're sort of considering this to think about how to guide your efforts, I think we need to prioritize kind of greater internal communication and reporting before we even consider greater external communication.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sanchez. Any further comments? Okay, Mr. Chair, would you prefer that we move on to the next pillar?
Why don't we take a pause here? Let's do a 30-minute lunch break for the group. Appreciate all the energy so far. Let's grab lunch and come back at 12:50, and we'll get going again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think it's 12:50, Mr. Grabo. Let's proceed.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Chad is up, and Calvin, I don't know if you're back, but if we can pull up the slides. I think I heard him just coming up. There we go. Great.
Excellent. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair Knox. And thank you as well, Calvin. If we could move one more slide forward. Good afternoon, trustees. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. We're on the home stretch of the offsite here. It's been a great discussion thus far. I'll try to continue that. And we will now discuss a fourth strategic initiative. This initiative is to strengthen our influence on fees and cost of capital. And the goal here is to maximize returns by minimizing costs and optimizing value. Several of our investment beliefs provide guidance, and I won't read them, but they relate to negotiating fees and considering the merits of passive investment mandates. I personally like the strengthen influence part of the initiative. Firstly, I like that the influence is acknowledged because we have it. At LACERA, we invest billions of dollars in actively managed strategies, and we have influence to positively impact the value that we receive from this investment capital. We want to maximize this value by securing terms and account structures and options that benefit LACERA. Secondly, I like the word strengthen. It implies to me that we need to be active and engaged as we strive to optimize the value received for our invested capital. Being active certainly means negotiating investor-friendly terms, and it also means shaping account structures that provide benefits to LACERA. I'm excited about that. And being engaged means considering the best option among multiple similar alternatives as we build our portfolio. The subsequent slides are going to provide additional details in similar format. And Calvin, if we could move to slide 31. Here we'll discuss some accomplishments and ongoing efforts, as well as context. And I'll start with our functional portfolio framework. This morning, Esme Delbolske touched on this, and it applies here as well. By grouping together investments with similar objectives, we can better consider alternatives across the options. For example, in the functional category of real assets, we consider how best to get inflation protection. And we evaluate a handful of different options to do this. These options include traditional real estate, infrastructure, and commodities. Again, we want to maximize our cost of capital. Separately, we have established several revenue sharing agreements in our hedge funds emerging manager program. These are firms we help launch, and as the investment firm collects management and performance fees, LACERA will receive a portion. This is strong alignment of interest, and it's great value for LACERA's investment dollars. Next, let's talk about fee structures. Our most recent hedge fund investment had a management or performance fee structure. With this, we pay one or the other instead of both management and performance fees. Separately, we've had success negotiating hard hurdle fee structures in the liquid credit, and we'll continue to do so. As a reminder, we designed this fee structure to ensure that LACERA would not pay a performance fee just for mediocre performance. Using investment jargon, the hard hurdle structure means we would pay a performance fee for alpha, but not for beta or the generic market return. We want to reward great performance, not mediocre performance. As was mentioned this morning, David Chu and the private equity team have built a successful co-investment program. David Chu is quite modest, so I'm ready to call it a success. However, the co-investment program is an example of strengthening LACERA's influence on fees and cost of capital. It's intentional, it's working. Additionally, within the private equity program, there was a secondary sale several years ago. And this has allowed the team to maximize future value on investment dollars. Again, strengthening our influence on fees and cost of capital and the outcome. And the context and evolution items on this page include fee analytics and fee reporting. We've improved in this area, and additional enhancements are in our future. We're also aware that potentially our best way to influence fees and cost of capital might be to choose passively managed mandates. And we're very willing to do this, especially in parts of our portfolio where low-cost investable benchmarks are available, as in the public markets. I'm pausing here to invite any comments from the larger group before we move on.
A quick question, Chad. I know we're going to talk later about, some of our peers and obviously these other entities looking to place significant investments in different places. Does that create more challenges for us in negotiating fees? I mean, is it getting harder to negotiate, generally because of the competitive nature? Is it getting easier?
It's challenging to answer that question, potentially in the dimension that you asked it. I'll answer it from the dimension of me evolving my career over, more than a decade. It's becoming substantially easier for us to negotiate fees as LACERA, one, gets more sophisticated, and two, uses our size. And we haven't mentioned this yet, but part of our strength and influence comes from our size, right? We being LACERA, over a $70 billion plan, we don't have to accept terms. We don't have to ask managers to consider different terms, we can instruct them that we are LACERA, and these are the fee structures that we're building in our portfolio. And if managers aren't interested, there's dozens of others that we can speak to, and we can shape terms. I'm not finding it harder over time. I'm finding it easier. And the more we have successes, it's like a wildfire, or potentially a bad example, but successes breed additional successes. And I'm finding it easier over time. I think there are numerous things to point to of recent successes, and I think there will be even more in the future.
And I get the size. Speak to the sophistication. What do you mean as we, get more sophisticated? I mean, is that the experiences of our staff? Is there some, technological advantage we have now that we didn't before?
Yeah. All the above. And I'll add to it sophisticated benchmarks that allow us to measure not only if a manager performed X absolute dollar amount, but how much market sensitivity, how much market beta, how much risk was incurred to generate that return. And we want to make sure that we're compensating managers on a risk-adjusted basis, not just for an absolute number. How much risk were they taking to generate that? Another part of the sophistication is looking at investor profit retention. So historically, fees have been discussed as a management fee for some types of mandates and a management fee plus a performance fee for other types of mandates. And we've evolved to consider it investor profit retention. So if a manager earns a 10% gross return, how much of that do we as LACERA keep? Is it 8 out of 10 or 80%? Is it 9 out of 10? And we've identified cases where existing mandates are we're retaining, for example, something in the 70s percentile. And we've negotiated new structures where we will retain 80 or high 80s percentile. So we're thinking in a more sophisticated manner. We're communicating and projecting to potential investment managers in a more sophisticated manner. And by adding the portfolio analytics team and then augmenting the way we look at benchmarks and perform portfolio analytics, this has benefited over time.
Thank you.
Calvin, could we move to slide 32? Thank you. And so slide 32 and the next 2 slides have the results of a poll question. Here on 32, we see that strategic considerations are unanimously voted as the most important variable when making future investments. Strategic investments include things such as portfolio fit and fees and objectives. Great choice. We hear the unanimous trustee feedback on this and we'll proceed accordingly. In the interest of time, could we move to slide 33, Calvin? Thank you. And this question asks if we should consider expanded LACERA's co-investment program, if we should further expand LACERA's co-investment program. The responses are mixed between yes everywhere and yes selectively. Interestingly, no trustee voted to not expand the co-investment program. We hear you, the trustees, regarding expanding this program over time. Of course, the details matter. We collectively need to consider appropriate pacing and next steps. Also, we should consider different parameters that might apply to individual asset categories. Acknowledging that co-investments was discussed earlier today, I'll keep it moving unless I see any comments. Thank you, Calvin. And on slide 34, we have a question about owning a portion of an investment management firm. Sometimes investment managers are referred to as general partners or GPs. Accordingly, GP stakes is jargon that refers to owning a portion of these firms. And this topic can get complex and the details of individual agreements can vary substantially. Some food for thought is when considering the value proposition of GP stakes, we must weigh the merits of potential increased revenues against potential liabilities that may come alongside firm ownership. And our trustee feedback on this item in terms of poll responses was mixed. I'd like to pause here and invite any feedback. Seeing no feedback, I imagine that this is a conversation that will evolve over time, and we'll be mindful of the sentiment from the board indicated in the poll results. And on slide 35, we see potential future aspirations in blue. These are guided by feedback received from the board over time. And as we strive to optimize outcomes by strengthening our influence on fees and cost of capital, there's several potential aspirations that stand out. We aspire to build investor-friendly accounts. And this starts by setting our own terms. We have a great track record building our co-investment program, and expanding our prominence would benefit future deal flow. We're mindful of that, and we're working towards that. The feedback from trustees guides us to emphasize strategic considerations as we weigh the merits of potential new investments and how we present items to the board. That's something that came up today. So we're mindful of that. Appreciate the feedback. And before moving to the next session, just want to say thank you for the feedback over time, and we're listening, and invite any additional comments.
John, your thoughts on where we are as far as fees are concerned, making the progress you would have expected? It's taken us a while to get to this point. We're ahead of what you thought we'd be.
Yeah, I think that Chad spoke quite well and articulately about the efforts that we have underway. I think that we've made progress across every asset category. Public markets, liquid strategies, now the savings may be less if you're starting with paying 2 basis points on an index fund. The savings may not be as great, but I would say that we negotiate more than ever as a positive. We look at all aspects of a relationship, including the strategic import, including the governance rights we retain. I would say that some of the, in a liquid credit, some of these structures that Chad referenced, where we have hard hurdles, are fantastic. And this is, continuous evolution, because we're going to be presenting going forward some dedicated managed account relationships where the board approved an RFP a year or so ago, maybe less than a year, to custody some complex assets through a third-party provider, and through that, not pay a markup to a money manager to custody on our behalf through the same provider. So I think that we're making progress, really good progress. And I also think something else that Chad had on the first slide about AB 2833, I think that this is more part of the common parlance and lexicon and discussions now. And the one final thing I'll add just is we're not afraid of our business partners. We view that there are many substitutes for any given partner. And I think that gives us negotiating power and leverage and the right mindset as we approach this important topic.
That's a good way to look at it. That helps frame it for me. Thank you, John. Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Chair Knox. Thank you, everyone. And I suppose it's appropriate for me to pass it to Didier Acevedo, who's going to lead us through our 5th and final initiative.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and trustees. As Chad mentioned, this is the final pillar in the offsite initiatives, LACERA Tide. It's worth noting that this presentation looks a little bit different than the other ones, as there is going to be a comprehensive Tide update scheduled for December of 2021. Staff is currently collecting attributes and demographic data on managers that we partner with, and look forward to presenting a fulsome update in a couple months. But just as a quick recap of LACERA's Tide initiative, the right-hand side shows the 5 dimensions of LACERA Tide. There's internal practices at LACERA, there's due diligence on external managers and vendors, there's active ownership of portfolio companies, capital formation that facilitates diverse and emerging managers, and industry advocacy across financial services. Turning to the roadmap on the next slide, it's worth highlighting a few key points on the journey. From an accomplishment standpoint, diversity, equity, and inclusion has been formalized in the investment policy statement and governance principles. TIDE has been elevated and ratified as a distinct and integral component of the investment division work plan and strategic initiatives. That's why we're talking about it today. And from an ongoing effort standpoint, diversity, equity, and inclusion will be its standalone section in the manager scorecard, and we're working on that right now. Further, as mentioned with the liquid credit earlier today, LACERA is expanding its emerging manager programs across various asset classes. And this is all in the context that there's been an increased market focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And LACERA has also evolved with this focus. We have, through TIDE, in an all-encompassing effort, have pushed back on managers that make diversity claims, but don't have the track record to support those claims. If we could please turn to the next slide. Diversity, equity, and inclusion have been a long-standing effort at LACERA, as John mentioned at the very beginning of the presentation. However, TIDE was just a concept in September of 2020. It became ratified by the board in March of 2021 and is on pace to deliver the first of what will be annual updates in December of 2021. With respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion, the next page poses the question to the board. Do you think LACERA's diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts should be elevated from the investment strategy and philosophy section of the investment policy statement and added to the investment beliefs? The general outcome voted towards yes. And similar to the ESG section mentioned earlier today, it's worth considering the permanent nature of the investment beliefs. And so maybe it's worth discussing for a minute or two if there are any reactions to elevating diversity, equity, and inclusion within the investment policy statement. Great. So lastly, moving on to the last slide, there are 5 aspirations here, 2 of which we'll touch on today. We believe that effective diversity, equity, and inclusion practices lead to better investment outcomes. Therefore, we must adopt a comprehensive approach as part of our fiduciary duty. And the second layer to that is setting the standard for what is a comprehensive diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. And we think that the 5 dimensions laid out in LACERA TIDE is a good groundwork and foundation to build upon. If the trustees don't have any comments here, that concludes this section. But prior to passing it on to John and the board consultants, I just want to say that I personally have benefited from forward-looking organizations such as the Twigo Foundation that have been promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in the financial services industry for the last couple of decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acevedo.
Thanks, Didier. And I think maybe it's worth pausing on this, Mr. Chair, for a second under aspirational considerations. I think this goes back to Mr. Jones's comment when we were discussing stewardship about leading. And I think that we are, through the TIDE effort and initiative, and I think that we have gotten some recognition for that from a variety of organizations, but I think that the point is well taken that when we are leading and setting a standard, we should, and this may go back to Ms. Sanchez's comment, that communicated both internally as well externally, because that's critical to really accelerating and amplifying our voice. So with that, the next section, we have 2 presentations from our consultants. The first is a peer evaluation. I think Tim Filla is going to lead off the discussion, and he'll be joined by his colleagues, Steve McCourt and Leo Festino. So Tim.
Great, thank you very much, John. Just to paint a little picture of the background of this, we've done a lot of work with staff and with some other plans on evaluating the peer landscape, and why we thought this was valuable. Clearly, this presentation that you've heard today has a lot of information on the 5 pillars and the evolution and the great work that staff and the board has done on continuing to evolve as an investment organization. All of that was developed with the backdrop of a global pandemic, which shifted the operating environment for the staff and the board. Also, in that environment, we were working on a new strategic asset allocation, conducting multiple structure reviews. LACERA developed its TIDE policy. And to top it all off, recently, staff worked really hard on doing a new investment policy statement, a comprehensive review of that for both LACERA's assets and then the OPEB assets as well. So we thought it would be helpful to just put the periscope up, given all of those things that have gone on and the good work that we've done with the board survey here and gathering this information, and try to tie back some of the 5 pillars to what's going on in the landscape around you. So we looked at a number of different plans. So we focused on plans that were identified in the survey. We also looked at plans within California, and then other plans that are national in scope and have similar assets to yours. None of this work was meant to be deterministic, but really just to be an exploration of what are others doing? Are there any lessons to be learned? Operating models that could potentially be considered. And again, a lot of this ties back to the survey questions that staff put together and asked of the board. The other thing that I would say before we get into the slides, not all of this is quantifiable. So we wanted to make sure we did quantify what we could, where we could say affirmatively plans were using internal management, yes or no, and give you those results. But also a lot of it just relied on evaluating documents, policies, procedures that are in place, and sort of bringing it back in a more qualitative fashion. So you'll see both quantitative and qualitative information throughout this. The other important thing that I think is worth noting, we think that LACERA's most direct peers, while you could obviously point to others in the state and various other things, we think that the most direct peers are the state level plans that have assets between 50 billion and 120 billion. So we've denoted those as quote unquote LACERA peers. And the broader group that we explore, we just simply call the universe throughout this presentation. And so with that, I will turn it over to Steve to handle the next couple of slides.
Great, thanks, Tim. And the first slide I'm going to go through is summarizes the survey results on internal management. I'll reiterate and borrow Tim's metaphor of the periscope on this. The point of this presentation is to provide survey information to the board. None of the results are an endorsement of one model versus the other. We, of course, are happy to provide our thoughts on each of these, but the point of this presentation is really just to express existing practices in the marketplace. So from the total universe of funds that we surveyed, which is about 30 funds with assets from 18 billion to 400 billion, a little over 3/4 utilize internal management of some sort today. Of the peer plans, which Tim identified as those between 50 and 120 billion dollars of assets, about 84% today utilize internal management. So the predominance of plans your size are already doing some form of internal management today. Plans that are smaller than LACERA are mixed, about half are and half aren't. We just note that in the board surveys, 70% of the board of investment respondents indicated that LACERA should move to internal management in the next couple of years. Obviously, John and staff have provided a review of the pros and the cons, and this topic is obviously has been and continues to be on on their mind as well. And the final thing I want to highlight is that the models of internal management vary greatly within the universe. Several funds invest passively in sourcing their equity and or fixed income strategies. There are some that do some internal active strategies, and a number that do direct private market and co-investments. And the one thing I want to highlight there is your fund on the private equity and real estate asset classes. While it doesn't have the same level of delegated authority, the staff doesn't have the same level of delegated authority as other large pension plans do. The types of activities your private equity staff and real estate staff do are quite consistent with how other funds describe their internal management in those areas. And a final point before moving on to the next slide, having observed this presentation today, we didn't survey these funds on the use of surveys, but I will say nobody out-surveys LACERA, and it's really fantastic to see this level of feedback, transparency from the board broadly. I think clearly a best practice of the funds that we work with to receive broad feedback in sort of an objective, transparent way like this. So kudos for that. If we flip to the next slide. Yeah, go ahead.
You reminded me of that nobody out pizzas the hut commercial. But I guess, the survey was a point in time, obviously. So looking at, in the appendix, the UC retirement system, 75 billion total assets, 4 billion internally managed. Did you get a sense, just from UC retirement as one example, are they, starting down the road of doing more, from an internal management perspective, or is this just kind of where they're going to be for a while? Any sense for that?
Yeah, I would say the main motivator for all of these plans, and we've worked with several of them that have migrated to managing assets internally. The main motivator is the disintermediation of fees, and so the areas where plans are moving more internally, it probably is less internal management in the way that you've been discussing it with respect to indexes, because as I think John has really pointed out, whatever savings there is by moving indexes internally is relatively small because you're starting with really small basis points. And it tends to focus more on the private market asset classes where if staff has delegated authority, they can be more nimble and quick to make commitments, and strategies and structures that have much lower fees associated with them. Things like co-investments or manage separate accounts with specific managers and creative sort of structures like that. That tends to be the biggest trend right now is trying to minimize all of the fees associated with investing in the private markets.
Thank you.
And if I could just weigh in on sort of the nature of the work that went on behind the scenes here. This was, we looked at over 30 different plans on a global basis. It was all primary research. So we didn't reach out directly to their investment staffs or the other consultants that they work at or conduct any sort of survey within those. So we don't have the detailed nuance of where they might be in an evolutionary process. We looked at, their current meeting documents, their IPSs and other procedure manuals that are publicly available, CAFRs, things along those lines, to determine where they're at, right? So I think the next stage of this would be, can we identify a peer group if we want to explore internal management, let's say across asset categories in more depth? Can we put together a more focused group, ask some of those deeper, more penetrating questions and really get the pros and cons weighed out a little bit better? This was just meant to clearly look around, not be a super deep dive.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's a point in time of what they're doing, but I appreciate that perspective. Mr. Santos, I think.
May I ask a question? Thank you. Out of the funds that you survey, that have internal operation or some of the strategies. How many of those funds provide incentive pay to the staff? I mean, one of the things that early on I learned, and the CIO at the time used to brag about it. He and she, subsequently later, will always, when I will raise the issue of the fees, they will continuously tell me, don't look at the fees, look at the returns. Who cares about fees since we are getting whatever, 20% return on the investment? So, and a lot of that, the argument behind it, among other piece of information that I used to get, is that by not looking at the fees or worrying about the high level fees, it provides an incentive to the managers. For example, they carry interest. It's a huge incentive for the in private equity, obviously. It's a huge incentive for the manager to do as well as they can because the 20% of carry interest grows accordingly. So if we were to move some of the operation in-house, I just feel that we need to provide some incentive, not only from the CIO, but also the principal investment officers. I wondered if you got some information on that.
Yeah, so more anecdotal, because we work with a number of plans that do have incentive compensation. Roughly speaking, if you draw the line at about $100 billion, the majority of the plans over $100 billion have some incentive compensation, and those beneath generally don't. So there's some exceptions in there, but that's roughly where the line is drawn. Incentive compensation for investment staff at these plans is generally an art and not always exactly aligned with investment performance. And so typically incentive compensation has a qualitative component, has a quantitative component. And increasingly the trend with a lot of plans is to move the quantitative component to the total fund level. So you don't have incentive compensation for global equity staff that's focused on beating the global equity benchmark, and a separate set of incentive compensation tools for private equity staff for beating a private equity benchmark. Everybody has the same fund level goal in incentive compensation. So it's incentive compensation is very complex. It creates it both solves some challenges and creates its own challenges as well. And I think those plans that have it would be happy to kind of share the good, the bad, and the ugly that comes along with it. The broader point that I would highlight, Herman, which came across in some of the survey data as well, is clearly if you were to manage money internally, you potentially would, in most cases very likely, need to attract and retain people with different experience levels and different capabilities than your staff has currently. And so the compensation, whether it relates to incentive compensation or just base compensation, would be an issue that you'd have to address and want to address if you moved in the direction of internal management.
And if I could just add, I would say each of those different models really varies wildly from the different plans that we ultimately looked at, from some that have, like Steve pointed out, total fund level incentive compensation, others that employ more active management, let's say in equities. Those folks may get much more heavily incentivized for performance again versus a benchmark, ranging all the way up to the Canadian models where those folks are really truly paid like asset managers, because essentially they do work for an external asset manager representing those beneficiaries' interests. So the models really vary very heavily within this universe that we looked at.
Well, thank you very much. That's very instructive, if I may, Mr. Grable. What I will suggest in terms of direction from the staff, from me, is that if we do decide to move forward in bringing in-house, some of the operations in-house, that we also include a discussion about compensation and whether or not, as Mr. McCord outlined, whether or not we need to hire staff for a different skill level, if I understand that correctly. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Grable.
Oh, no, my bad. I apologize. I'm not going to opine on compensation. And first of all, I apologize. I've got the sun right here in my eyes. So if I look doppled, that's because of the sunscreen. I will gently push back on Mr. McCourt as it relates to the team here. I think that there are, the investment office has grown in terms of our backgrounds, skill sets, prior experience, and there are many people here who have experience managing direct portfolios, active portfolios, and I don't think that the biggest hurdle for us is personnel. I think that it's having comprehensive systems, checks and balances. I think we have to hold people accountable and have the right performance evaluation systems for them. But I don't think we need a wholesale adjustment or that there's a gate as a result of the composition of the team here.
Got it. Thank you for that, Mr. Grable.
Great. So if we can flip to the next slide, the next item that we surveyed was the prominence of manager selection being executed through delegated authority with staff versus under board delegation. And here, similar figures to the internal management. For LACERA peer, 79% delegate manager selection to staff. It's somewhat bifurcated by size. For plans larger than LACERA, about 90% delegate manager selection to staff. For plans smaller than LACERA, about half do. Somewhat obviously, nearly every plan with internal management also provide staff delegated authority to hire external managers as well. For the plans where the board retains the authority to hire and fire managers, they predominantly work in the same fashion that you currently work, where staff recommends a manager to the board. There's a consenting opinion from a consultant. 3 out of the 29 regularly met with managers as part of finalist presentations. So that's consistent with data that we observed in reviewing board practices in the past as well. Any questions on external manager selection before I hand it over to Leo? Great, then I'll hand it over to Leo.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. So the next 4 pages, I'll walk you through those, starting with the staffing. And I think you might expect that when the results seem to be intuitive, you would expect that the higher the fund size of a given public pension fund, the larger the staffing with investment personnel. And so you see a direct and positive relationship there. Essentially that line that slopes upward as you move to the right. And the blue dot is LACERA, which plots squarely on that line. And then you see some outliers towards the top. The one to the rightmost would be CalSTRS, so has higher resources. But then you have to also keep in mind, are they engaging more with in-house management of assets? Are they quite involved in ESG initiatives? So those would be drivers for additional personnel. Others with high ratios of staff to assets include, I think, Texas teachers, Ohio, Wisconsin. And then on the bottom, the ones that have less resources, if you will, than peers for their size, according to this sample set, would be funds in New York and Florida. So those are the three outliers to the right and below the line. And if you go all the way to the left, that smallest one there, I believe, is Orange County, which is, again, is also pretty much on the line given their assets and their personnel. So this one is pretty intuitive. If we move to the next slide, we now look at meetings. And whereas the prior chart was a pretty clear, positive, direct relationship, this one is all over the map. And so there was no relationship we could establish from the investment model and the frequency, for example, of the meetings, whether these are monthly, quarterly, or 8 times per year and whatnot. It seems like the duration of the meetings, the frequency of the meetings, and what gets covered at each meeting, whether you interview managers or you make other decisions, it's quite mixed. The one area where there was some consistency is the majority of those plans would just have one single investment committee versus having multiple committees, one on each major asset class or asset category. Other thing that was similar to LACERA included the structure reviews that LACERA conducts on major asset or functional categories. That is pretty consistent with the work done by other large peers in this data set. Moving on, I have 2 more slides. The next one looks at stewardship and ownership rights, and we spent a good time earlier with the leadership from Scott. I think when looking at peers, LACERA to us, it's clearly a leader, and the work that's been done over the past few years highlight all of the improvements and enhancements that LACERA has undertaken. So I think it's quite appropriate to say that it's moved from a passive owner and delegator to a more active and engaged asset owner. And then the last slide, before I pass it back to my colleagues, includes the fees and cost of capital, another area that we spent time earlier today. I think this is an industry-wide, and while LACERA has made tremendous progress, others have struggled or struggle is not the right word, have pursued similar objectives. Cost is a certain way to improve returns. And so it's no surprise that as LACERA continues to evolve, it becomes more fee conscious and continuously looks for ways to improve on the expenses of running the fund. We discussed earlier, the consolidation of the roster and that has helped bargaining power, if you will, with external managers, as you have a fewer set of managers to negotiate with and more assets to demand better terms. And also the private equity co-investment highlighted as a significant contributor to performance and also fee savings. I think you also have seen co-investments in many of the peers. We don't have the data, but it's pretty, I would say, it's common that the larger peers that you're looking at have also moved into this space. I think then, Stevie, you're going to handle the next slide. Is that correct?
Great. Thanks, Leo. Highlighting survey results and Tide, we're proud to be able to say and also to be associated with LACERA because of its clear leadership in this area amongst peers. You have for many years ingrained ESG factors and diversity, equity, and inclusion within your investment process. You've thought about the topics holistically, not as component pieces of your portfolio, which we personally feel is the right approach to these areas. And you've done it in a way that is empowering the portfolio, to staff, and all the stakeholders at LACERA as well. This is one clear area where there's been a lot of progress in the last few years, and one in which I think your peers would be looking to you as a leader, as opposed to the other way around. And then finally, if you turn to the final slide I'm going to cover, there were a couple of comments about the Canadian pension plans, and so we wanted to make sure to address that at least briefly. The Canadians are all often mentioned because they have a bit of a different model on how to run pension plans north of the border. As Tim alluded to before, they are different animals. In essence, the investment staffs of those pension plans are not government employees, they're private sector employees. So they have compensation structures, they have employment engagements, and investment strategies that are often quite different than what pension plans in the U.S. tend to pursue. And so it's just worth noting that there's sort of a spectrum of how direct, active, engaged staffs are for pension plans around the world. U.S. pension plans tend to be less direct in terms of their investing modes, and have less delegated authority than pension plans in Canada, or for that matter, Europe as well. So happy to talk in more detail about kind of differences in those models, but we wanted to highlight that as part of the peer review as well. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Tim to conclude.
And just before you go there, I would just mention that when I took the accredited fiduciary training through NC PERS last year, that they spent a lot of time talking about the Canadian model, a lot of time talking about performance-based salaries and incentive-based pay and the like. It was interesting to hear about, but yeah, very different than how we do it.
Great, and I think some of that dovetails to the second bullet point on this slide for under broad considerations. There's an awful lot of this that goes into considering the life cycle of where a plan is, the overall duration of their liability. You know, some of those are much more perpetual obligations than where we are in the United States, where we've pivoted a little bit away from these as being current employee benefits and sort of phasing some of these plans out. So the investments and what you ultimately embrace as your model does have to factor in that sort of how long are you recovering that investment? Do you have any risk of some of that investment being stranded? You know, and the same dovetails into internal management as well. A lot of the plans that are in this universe that we looked at journeyed down this road many years ago when investment management fees looked very different, whether it's on the active or the passive side. One thing's been really clear, there's been a lot of fee compression that's happened over the last 20 years. You know, as pointed out earlier, what you're paying is less than a basis point on your passive mandates. So essentially, if you look at that on a dollars basis, you might be talking about you know, $1 million to $1.5 million in fees on your passive equity management program. Does that even justify, you know, some of the additional hires that you might have to make, which would be basically essentially traders, right? I mean, you've already invested really heavily in your portfolio analytics and your risk management capabilities. I think if there's one piece that's missing on going internal with equities or fixed income management is maybe some of those market-facing traders, and that again is the cost of that going to be prohibitive versus the risks of it. So I think we have to do some trade-off analysis here. I think the previous presentation that John and company did at I think it was the 2018 offsite, highlighted some of these, but again, we're further down the road. and fees have really come down significantly for LACERA and a lot of these asset categories. So I think the other things to consider is best in class can really mean a lot of different things across all of these different dimensions, right? So there are different political, different regulatory environments that you're going to have to operate in. And as a board, you need to weigh the advantages, but also the costs and the potential risks of delving into any of these additional categories. Again, you know, you've spent a lot of time and resources on portfolio management and risk management capabilities. Do you really want extra layers of compliance infrastructure and various other things that you have to develop to trade public securities? Or are you happy using the present construct and then looking at opportunities maybe in private markets where you might have a little bit more leverage over fees, and continuing some of the good efforts that you've done on the private equity co-investment and expanding that maybe into some of the other private market categories going forward. So I guess with that, we'll pause and see if anyone has any comments, thoughts. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question. Have you found over time that the private market folks, participants, have been getting worried that there's some plans that are moving the management of those assets in-house, and has that had any positive impact on fee reduction in private markets, or is there the potential it does have a positive impact? We just haven't seen the volume transfer out of those markets yet.
So the when pension funds talk about in-house management of private equity assets, they tend to be talking about having delegated authority to commit to funds, co-investments, and other structures. I'm not aware of any other pension plans at any scale that invest directly in companies the way a private equity investor would. That being said, so far
Can I just stop you there? Haven't there been some models, and maybe just been talked about, where one or several large plans would consolidate their allocations to private equity and set up their own kind of legal entity that would do the investing?
Yeah, there's been a few attempts at starting clubs for larger investors. There's been a few transactions that have been executed with a handful of large pension plans, but it's not spread widely at scale as a meaningful investment model for groups that that model is challenged with a lot of governance issues around managing the club of limited partners that all have different views, perspectives, et cetera. But what is changing really rapidly, and LACERA is part of this trend on the private equity front, is larger investors have in the last several years recognized the significant fee savings that's afforded to them when they do more co-investments with general partners. And so far, the way the private equity and co-investments, of course, for the most part, are nearly free of management fees and often carry as well. And so the way that the private equity industry has viewed that so far is sort of a backdoor way of lowering their fees. Private equity doesn't want to move away from the 2 and 20 model that quickly. It knows it has to, and so the way it accommodates larger investors is it provides them more access to free co-investments, which on a blended basis reduces your fees significantly. So that's happening at scale. So far, you've not seen a huge pushback from the private equity industry. As long as they keep raising larger funds at 2 and 20, they're happy to give away the co-investments. And so for the near term, investors are benefiting from lower overall fees than they otherwise would without co-investments. And so in that sense, I think LACERA, even though technically LACERA is not directly investing in private equity under these definitions, because it doesn't have delegated authority, in most cases. It's really, LACERA's private equity program is taking advantage of the same opportunities to invest creatively and at lower fees than some of the larger plans are that do have delegated authority.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, would you like us to pause for a couple minutes, or should we keep going through the next section? After this is the last section before a conclusion.
Unless there are any objections, I say we plow forward.
Keep going. Full steam ahead.
Great.
All the way to Canada.
All right, all the way to Canada. The next section is geographic exposure. So it's to Canada and beyond. Thank you to our friends and colleagues at Makita. The next section will be led by James Walsh from Alborn and Jose Fernandez from Stepstone. And they'll talk a bit about geographic exposure. And we asked them to lead this section, given that both firms are global firms.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair Knox and members of the board. I'm going to kick off. I'm going to do about the first half of these slides, and then I'll pass over to Jose to bring it all home. So just to kick off, clearly global diversification, a global perspective is a core belief of LACERA. It's right up there at the top in your investment beliefs. What it says there is that a global perspective gives both diversification and opportunity, and that's the important thing here. The opportunity not just to invest in different things, but also into different economies at different stages of their development, and to get access to structurally different things. And obviously, as investors, what we are trying to do is not just think about where we are today, but as Wayne Gretzky would say, is we want to skate to where the puck is going, not to where it has been. I think the important thing is, whilst we're told very often that diversification is a free lunch, I think when it comes to geographic diversification, it's not completely free. There are risks involved. There are political risks, there are economic risks, and of course there's currency risks. Added to that, there is a degree of complexity and of course additional costs. So we need to think about that. We need to make sure that we're compensated for taking those regional allocations away from a benchmark. And I'll come back to the benchmark, I'll come back to the survey questions in a moment. I mean, I think also it's timely, and obviously as a board, you've spoken on a number of occasions recently about global diversification, exposure to markets outside the US. That's coming up a lot with clients of all bonds, and I'm sure it's exactly the same with Stepstone. It is a highly topical subject to be thinking about at the moment. And we can move to the next slide, please. I think one of the reasons why you've chosen two global firms comes down to the fact that one of your core beliefs is that LACERA is a part of a global financial marketplace, and therefore, in order to access, it's important to have that global perspective. And Allborn and Stepstone together, we have 27 offices across 5 continents, and I'm sure it's the same for Stepstone. Having those offices in different places is hugely important to us, and we have 550 odd staff in those different offices, and Stepstone can talk to their numbers. But having that global presence is really important, not just so that we can operate in those marketplaces, but also that we service clients who are invested in those marketplaces. The next slide just shows your allocation, your exposure at the moment. John presents this on a monthly basis. It shows that you have roughly 2/3 of your exposure in terms of the domicile of that exposure in the US. That's slightly more than the ACWI MSCI benchmark. So you're slightly overweight the US, so slightly underweight the rest of the world. But that's, say, you've already got a global benchmark. Moving on to the next slide, and this is where we'll both transition to Stepstone, but maybe pause a moment to get any feedback from the board in terms of these questions. I think the first one asks about the current bias towards the US, and there's a slight a majority wants to maintain that bias towards the US. The second asks about where the board would like to be exposed most, and so it's consistent to say that the majority want to be exposed more to North America over the coming decade. But I think also the board recognizes in the third question that there are benefits to being exposed to emerging markets. So 4 out of the 7 of you spoke about being exposed to emerging markets, to frontier markets. And so I think you're seeing both the desire to be biased towards the US, but also the understanding there's some benefits for emerging markets. So I'll pause there and happily pass back either to the board or let Jose take over. Jose, it's over to you.
All right, so I don't know no questions on this, so we can go to the next slide. So just building on those questions, right? There's clearly, well, maybe not so clear because it's as James said, it's a slight preference for the U.S. Tilt, if you will. Maybe John, you have a better word to characterize sort of where it is, because it's not. I don't like to call it an overweight necessarily, because as you said, it's pretty close to the index, but so that's consistent with the responses from the with the trustees, where there's clearly a recognition of some interest in other markets, but that the U.S. Having the importance he has. So in terms of why consider the diversification, again, given the responses, I think I don't need to dwell on all of these, but the main reason that we would look at the markets outside the U.S. across asset classes is that those markets outside the U.S. may be growing at higher rates than the U.S. And that higher growth leads to better opportunities in investments, again, across asset classes. Now, one thing you do have to keep in mind as you do that is that some of these markets can be pretty shallow, and the size of the opportunities, the number of opportunities is not as plentiful as it would be in the US or Europe. Clearly, this exposure to high growth markets can lead to positive portfolio returns. And also looking at where is innovation coming from, right? So it's clear the US doesn't have a monopoly on innovation, and especially during the pandemic, we have seen other markets really flourish. I mean, for example, in Latin America, 5 years ago, there were no unicorns, private companies valued at more than 1 billion. Today, as of today, there are more than 40 unicorns in Latin America. So pretty dramatic change. Why is that? I mean, there are clearly companies in Latin America, but same in Asia, Africa, that are innovating in ways that you wouldn't get exposure to if you're only investing in the US. And then, of course, you have to look at each market individually. Each of them is going to be very different. It's going to present very different risk rewards, and you have to look at that. Again, that's the reason why James emphasized at the beginning the geographic footprint, between the different advisors that you have is pretty vast, and that's going to be really important as you consider these opportunities.
Jose, can I ask you a question about Africa? It's Joe Kelly here.
Yes.
So a couple of years ago, I went to Africa with a fellow trustee, and I had never been before. And the trip was investment focused. And I left Africa wondering why we weren't there. And I say that because it's got 1 billion people, 52 countries, a huge percentage of the population is under 15. Yes, it's messy, and it's been messy from a kind of democratic perspective. I think one of the countries we had talked about in depth, its former head of or former star of some soap opera had fled the country, ran to Paris because it had been alleged he tried to poison the former president, and he was now back running for president himself. Well, at the same time, Donald Trump was running for president, so we had a 9-year-old with orange hair running for president. So I think those are somewhat similar. But these countries are young, right? They're basically my age, and we didn't have a representation, and so I just wonder, is that unique in terms of plans like us? There seems to be, I don't want to call it a fear, but just a general kind of hesitancy to look seriously at Africa, and I would have to think that we would do it in the way we do it elsewhere. We find really smart people to engage with us, and we make some money. Is it absent in other plans as well? And can you speak to the major reasons why it is absent? Exposure, that is.
Yeah, I can start, and James, you can round it up. But yes, in our experience, the interest levels outside the U.S., if you were to rank them, Asia comes number one, and then that's the far and away number one in terms of the attention, the dollars that get invested. And then after that is Latin America. But just to give you a sense, just in private equity, when we look across our client base, if they have allocations to Latin America, it's about 1% of their portfolio, 1%. Africa is either not present in the portfolio or less than 1%, right? And typically, the most common is not present in the portfolio. As to why that is, I mean, I think we might get ahead a couple pages, right? We have a page that has sort of some of the favorable versus less favorable trends, and you will see that, Africa, there's a lot of these less favorable trends. Just on a relative basis, it's been the opportunity set has been much larger in Asia and Latin America than in Africa. I can speak for private equity. In the past, there were very few, I'm talking about 3 large private equity funds, primarily in South Africa, that came to market with great promise and did not deliver the returns that investors expected. I think that set back the market quite a bit. But there's a different cycle that we see now. I think we see other funds emerging there. I think this is an interesting opportunity. I do think you need to have very, people that really know the market, really understand what's going on to select the right opportunities. I also say the fact that there is no Africa-based funds in most public pension fund portfolios in the US doesn't mean there is no investments in Africa, because obviously just, there's multinationals that are doing business there. If you look at private equity, a lot of the large funds have made investments in Africa, in all kinds, from infrastructure to traditional, supermarkets to high-tech financial services, et cetera. So there is some indirect exposure. It's just, if you're talking about managers domiciled there, it's been harder.
Okay, thank you.
Also, if I may, Mr. Fernandez, is that or maybe you did mention it, the development level with regards to private equity that you have in Asia or far behind is Latin America, is non-existent in Africa. I mean, I travel as well to Africa because I've been very interested in opportunities in Africa. And what I learned in those trips is that the development, the private equity development in all the different countries in Africa, right, are not there yet. And then you also have the problem that you got the Anglo funds countries, the Francophone countries, so different languages, different laws that makes it more difficult. The other thing that I found in Africa is the fact that a lot of the funds that are present in Africa operate out of either London, US, and some in the Middle East. I personally has been very skeptical in not investing in funds that are domiciled in a particular region. And so that's always been a concern that I also have had in Latin America. Luckily, in Latin America, we have been able to find some good funds there, especially coming out of Brazil. But it's just a lot of work, like everybody's been saying. So it's to go in with eyes wide open and make sure we find that jewel there that we can partner up with.
To build on, hey, Jose, can you talk to, it relates to Mr. Kelly's question and Mr. Santos's follow on to that is currency. What currency are African funds typically domicile or operated with?
Yeah, historically, the currency has been, it's more common, I think, as Mr. Santos mentioned, a lot of these funds are, people move to London. So most of the funds in Africa have actually, the currency has been the British pound. That tends to be the most common. They typically have a parallel fund structure, whereas for local investors, say in South Africa, they use the South African rand, but for international investors, they use the pound. So as a U.S. investor, typically they don't structure them in dollars funds. So you would be taking some currency risk, but it would be major, a British pound, not a local, country-specific currency in Africa.
Mm-hmm.
So so the currency risk is less pronounced than it might be, if you were investing in those local currencies. You are taking still the political risk, and Mr. Kelly alluded to some of that, which you take, of course, and we'll talk about that in the next slide, in China or other places as well.
In the US.
US. Yes.
Thank you.
Great. So we can go to the next page. We talked a little bit about the home country bias, and I think this also addresses some of the question by Mr. Kelly. Why maybe some don't invest in some areas. For U.S. pension funds, as you all know, your liabilities are denominated in dollars. So taking that currency risk, it's something that most pension funds, will do, but in a very measured way. If you look in comparison, endowments that don't have the issue with the domestic liabilities and therefore are more willing to take more risk there, there is less of a home country bias in most endowments than there is in the pension funds. But again, that's I think a structural issue. If you were investing outside the US, right, you're taking risk and you want to be compensated for that risk. And we talked about currency, political risk, and other complexities, operational, right? We talked a lot today about internal LACERA controls and operations. Part of what you do as well when you invest with a manager is what are their controls? How do they manage their operations? That's, harder to monitor when the fund is in Asia or Latin America or Africa. You have to take that into account. US assets have tended to be a safe haven, and they tend to do well in a crisis. So to the extent that a crisis happen and you have a home country bias, that can be to your benefit. However, when we talked about the benefits of global diversification, it's not a free lunch, as we say. It's not a panacea, right? The fact is that U.S. equities have outperformed over the last decade, if you look at any time period within the last decade, clear outperformance by US equity. So that home country bias that you have today has benefited LACERA. And then correlations between markets have tended to increase. So, you know, again, even in a crisis, when you might expect some countries to do you know, perform better than others, that has not always been the case more recently. And there's a lot of correlation. You know, if the markets in the US are going down, all global markets are going down. If all global markets are going down, the US is typically going down as well. So the correlation, you know, does mute some of that advantage of being geographically diversified. So if you go to the next page, just wanted to talk specifically about China, because we know in the past, you know, we have LACERA has investments in Chinese managers, Chinese equities, and there's been discussion about this at the board level in the past. So I'm sure everyone has seen the headlines in terms of China very recently taking a more hardline approach to regulatory approach to certain sectors of the economy. That has particularly affected a number of listed companies in the US that operate in China, but also private companies in China, right? And this is the perspective we get from our office in Beijing, where we have about 20 people and 2 partners. And, you know, just to give you a flavor of what, you know, what we hear from them who are on the ground, right? Why is this happening? I think the key is that China has remained committed to opening its economy to foreign investors. They want to have foreign capital to fuel the economy, but they do not want to give up political control, right? So they're trying to balance this desire for foreign capital, but without having to change any of their political structures or political control. So really important when you're investing in China then to take into account, well, what are the areas that could be affected by this view that the government has, and which areas are going to be less affected and can still thrive under this type of environment, right? We think that the sectors that have been impacted the most, which will continue to be impacted, are some areas of the financial services sector. As you know, I'm sure you've all heard about the fact that, you know, China really does not like decentralized finance, right? So anything to do with cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, etc., because that can take some of the control away from them, right? That's pretty clear. So they have essentially outlawed a lot of those activities. And there's certain financial services activities that are also potential threat to government control. Those are going to be more regulated. Those are going to be more difficult investment environment. The education sector, again, clear why the government might be interested in regulating that. And you know, the headline for any of us that have teenagers, you know, about restriction of video game usage. I wish the government would tell my kids not to play video games because they won't listen to me. But, you know, it is one of those where you first hear the headline and say, well, why, you know, is China not letting kids play video games because they want them to be studying and therefore that's gonna make them a better educated population, etc. What we hear is that that's not really the case. Again, think about why they're doing it. Is the video games are very different today than they were when I was playing them as a kid. That was you know, 30, 40 years ago, video games you played by yourself. It was not a social endeavor unless, you know, with your brother and sister, that was it. Today, kids play online, and this is it's social gaming. It is just like a social network. And that's why the government has gone after video games. It's not because of the time the video games, or they might, you know, corrupt young minds, etc. it's really because it is a network that can help kids organize and socialize in a way that is not controlled by the government. So again, it all goes back to this government control point. And as long as you find investments that don't threaten the government in that way, you can do well in China, which, as we saw in a couple slides before, is fast growing GDP, very large part of the global GDP, and it's really hard to ignore from an investment perspective because there's a lot of growth there. I'll share all my remarks. Any questions?
Yeah, Jose, it's Patrick Jones. Thank you very much for this, getting caught up on China. I know I've had a couple brief conversations with John about it, but in the totality, and again, I'm not, as a relatively new board member, I'm not sure what the evolution of conversation has been as a board about China. I know that Supervisor Barger and kind of, I've had some conversation just loosely about it. And I don't know if we've arrived at yet any kind of statement ourselves, just taking into balance, whether it's the Uyghurs, whether it's, all these other things, whether it's military, potential military competition, all these other things like there in terms of how we're approaching investment in China at this point in 2021. I don't know if without knowing what the history is, have we been more heavily weighted in the past and we've lightened up? Have we kind of maintained a certain, I think we're at 2.7% or whatever. Has that been kind of steady? I'm just trying to get a better sense, because I know it's on the radar screen and has been on the radar screen in terms of some of the conversations I've had. I'm just not sure if we have an official position at all as it relates to that particular geography.
Jose, do you want to start, or do you want me to take that?
If you want, I'll let you take it, Joe. I'll just say within private equity, right? We're very focused, you have investments there. We're very focused on two sectors we don't think are affected and actually can thrive. Healthcare and consumer, local consumer within China. And healthcare, which is not just for Chinese population, but, advancements that are helping, everybody in the world. And again, those two we don't see affected by this regulatory environment. That's all. John, you want to take the rest of that?
I think, and once again, I think this is a great topic for discussion, perfect for today, is in effect, much of our allocation is determined by MSCI, various firms that set benchmarks, and then LACERA, in effect, tacitly, even though it's an active decision in terms of the adoption of a benchmark. When the board approves the MSC ACWI IMI, in effect, the board, and within that benchmark, the allocation is 4%, 4.4, 4.5, and growing to China. In effect, that is a statement about our allocation to China. To the extent we have an emerging market debt benchmark and a significant percentage of that is in bonds issuers from China, we're making a decision. With that said, and this may be where the alpha opportunity is, to the extent that they're companies that are domiciled in China, and recognizing, I think what Jose was talking about a lot are consumer-facing, not government-owned entities, recognizing the government is really putting its thumb on the scale, maybe its whole foot or its whole body on the scale. I think that maybe that's where the alpha opportunity comes from, associated with valuations not being pure or proper or right to either underweight or overweight different investments in the region. But I think that the decision that LACERA has made about our geographic exposure anywhere in the world relates to the benchmarks that we've chosen. And to the extent we want to switch benchmarks, we probably need to look at, because that then goes back to Makita and the asset liability study, because those are the same benchmarks that they use in terms of the modeling. So it really goes back. It's a complicated answer to a very important question. But I think that the analysis clearly is changing in terms of global political tensions, what's happening in China, the emergence of maybe Taiwan Semiconductor as the most important company in the world, maybe right now. I think that this is, I will pause and see if Makita, Alborn, or Stepstone want to add anything to it.
I think the only thing I would add is just it's quite interesting when you do talk to people on the ground about, for example, some of the things that have been going on in China. They're much less surprised than we are sitting outside the region, because because they see the longer context, maybe because they understand some of the politics behind it. And again, that maybe comes back to the opportunity, is that there's maybe a misunderstanding because they have a different political system, market system than we do. And therefore people will pull away, go back in, depending on the sort of the winds of change. And actually being able to take a longer term view gives you the ability to create some alpha.
One thing and once again, hopefully someone talks over me soon. I think that we try to ensure that we're properly compensated for the risks we take, or said differently, look to mitigate those risks. So, for example, if we invest in China, maybe the best way to do it is to invest offshore to make sure that our dollars are domiciled not in China, but offshore. I think that there are little things that we can do structurally just to protect our investment, to going back to earlier conversations about operational effectiveness. Look at the financial statements, look at the accounting standards that a company uses to make sure that what you're investing in has a real value, as opposed to, $20,000 per parking space where, it's in a vacant building. So I think that it's really important to look at the operations and the organizations that we choose to back.
In our ESG process, in its broadest sense, is also something we bring to bear on the opportunities in China as well. Do you feel the consistency? Because I think everyone realizes what the opportunity is in China, right? Whether it's alpha or whatever else. But just in terms of the other kind of qualitative things, do we feel that there's a consistency between the ESG thresholds that we maintain almost everywhere else to China as well, or do we make some different allowances in that instance?
I don't know if anyone on the PE team or Scott want to weigh in. My sense is a good example of this is last month when we committed to a company focused on renewables and the components of it. One of the things that we did look at was the adherence of that firm to IMF standards as it relates to mining and and kind of aspects of kind of just transition in effect. So I think that it should be a consideration. I think that we hope that ESG standards don't begin and end at our borders. But I hopefully someone else, has thoughts that can be constructive to this conversation.
Yeah, John, I would add that we are just getting back in all the information from our managers, Trustee Jones, on ESG. And so we will be looking at those results and grading the managers over the next couple of weeks. And you'll hear about that in December. And I'll also, jump on the comment by Jose. We have focused on those areas, and we were told this early in our investing in China to have our managers focus on areas that wouldn't be considered a threat to the government there. And so we have purposely stayed away from those. We were advised by one of our venture capitalists over there. She was in the Army or in the armed forces in China, so she is well aware of the pitfalls there. And so we've been very careful in our commitments in that space so that we would not have the type of issues that, while they're not there now, could come forward or come forth. But we think we've been very thoughtful in our process there, and we do think it's a high growth area. And so we will take shots. We're not betting the house on it, but we have been rewarded with our activities there so far, and we'll keep a watchful eye on it like we do all of our managers.
Thank you, Chris. I'd love to take a look at that whenever you get through with the manager evaluation through that lens. That'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Walsh that when I had the opportunity to meet our consulting partners, in particular private equity StepStone, the last time I was in Asia, I had the privilege to meet with one of the partners there from StepStone who lives in Beijing. And I agree with Mr. Walsh. I mean, the way he described it in his views, political views, and investment horizon is different than what I read here in the newspaper. Quite frankly, I have been scared, especially lately, of investing in or continue to invest in China. And I'm not advocating that we get out of China because it is the second largest economy in the world. There's tremendous opportunities. Yeah, but I think perhaps, Mr. Grable, in the future, it will be, especially through this medium, Zoom, that maybe we can invite some of our partners in China to talk to us and be able to have this frank discussion with them, because they work for us, obviously. And I believe that what you hear from them, some of the issues that we hear here that scare me, it kind of relax me a lot more. So it's something that, Mr. Grable, perhaps we should do that in the future, to be able to listen from people who are in the region, China in particular, so we can have some of those discussions. Because I think it's important for all of us not only to fully understand, and my fear over the years has been that some of my colleagues may decide to vote against a particular investment opportunity because out of fear. So I think it's important that we educate ourselves and go and continue to work in the region with wide open eyes and making sure that we ask the right questions. As Mr. Wagner mentioned, that we make sure that we stay away from areas that we know it could be problematic in the future.
John, you have a comment? Yeah, no, I was gonna say our team would be happy to participate in something like that. So I'm sure we can talk to staff about it. And I was gonna make sure I give credit to Mr. Grable for the analogy on the video games. I know he first commented on that to the board. I think the last board meeting. So that was a very insightful comment there. So I think that's really, the one other thing I wanted to add is on the private equity side too, every underwriting for any manager we do includes a component of ESG and operational due diligence as well. And both of those are consistent across all geographies. So we don't make any allowances for a fund that is in Asia or Africa or Latin America. It's the same standard. And it is true that that can be difficult to meet sometimes for some of these funds, but that is, we do think that is part of our job, is to point out to LACERA if they're not meeting the same standards that we are holding a U.S. manager to. You may decide to invest, but you want to know what is different and why. Well, if there's no other comments on China, we can go to what you have all been waiting for since 8 a.m., which is the last slide of this very large presentation. And you can see here, I think we've discussed a lot of these already. And thank you, trustees, for the engagement. Really appreciate the comments and the questions. This is exactly what Mr. Grable asked James and I to try and do, was to elicit some commentary. So thank you for doing that. And I saved for this slide, trying to be provocative. You can see I put a lot of red around South America and Africa, hoping that if I had no comments before this would elicit some comments. But you can see, the big areas that you should be focused on. And I think, again, this is obviously true across different asset classes. This particular one, since we put it together, is more focused on the private markets and what Stepstone's opinion is of the different geographies with respect to private markets. So I think we discussed some of these, right? The fact, why is Africa less favored, or South America? And you can see that that's true if you look at your peers' portfolios. Other large public pension funds in the U.S. Don't have a lot of representation from those two geographies in their portfolios. And I think, it's because of if you're looking at how relatively attractive it is to invest in South America or Africa, to Europe and North America, developed markets, but even to Asia. Again, if you were force ranking them, right, and you say, well, US would be your first choice, Europe second, Asia third, and then you get to Africa and South America. I think the reason South America has some representation in these portfolios compared to Africa, which is close to zero, is that the private equity and generally private markets, because also private infrastructure, private debt, and private real estate in South America is been an industry that has been growing for the last 20, 25 years. So over that period of time, certain winners have emerged, and a lot of experienced people are now in the ecosystem. So there are more opportunities within private markets there. I think Africa is behind in that maturation curve, but coming along. So more opportunities will be available. So really, I mean, that's where all the remarks we have. So again, open it up to questions and comments.
Yeah, some observation, in particular South America. That's I'm sure you expected that from me. But when we're looking at a continent, just like we're doing in Africa, but as we all know, continents have different countries, different economies, different GDP growth. So my question, Mr. Fernandez, is with regards to South America. Are we looking at the Pacific aligned countries, and in addition to Brazil, or are we lumping everybody, all these different countries in this chart? And the same thing with Africa. I mean, in Africa, you find some countries that are more advanced than others. Consequently, that represents higher opportunity. So
yeah. So the large economies tend to have the most opportunities, right? So within South America, it's Brazil, obviously largest economy in Latin America. This is South America, but if we include Mexico, that's the second largest economy. Those two countries have country-specific funds that are institutional quality funds, and we do look at them. Colombia, third largest economy, also has country-specific funds that we have looked at and continue to look at. As you go to the other countries, there are more regional funds that are investing across the entire region. That tends to be true for Africa as well, because Africa, country-specific funds, you really only find in South Africa and Nigeria. The rest of the countries, the investments are coming from regional funds, whether they're based in South Africa or London, as we talked about, or some in Switzerland. They tend to be regional investment funds. And also tend to, some of them more, not just focus on one region like Africa or South America, but focus on emerging markets generally. So there are a few funds that invest across all the emerging markets, Africa, South America, and some of the Asian countries, the less developed Asian countries. So those are the three types of funds you can find, sort of the regional within a specific region, the multi-regional ones, and then the country-specific one. I think for country-specific within private markets, you want to stay to the large economies. I think in South America, that means Brazil, Colombia, again, Mexico, if you go north of South America. And for the rest, you would look at regional funds that are investing across all the regions. And the same in Africa, you would be looking at country-specific South Africa or Nigeria, and then regional funds for the rest of the region.
The other thing I'd add to what Jose was saying is that it's worth remembering in something like an asset class like real assets, infrastructure, etc., you may well find you have more regional exposure outside the US to capture that asset class. So less of a case of thinking about it just geographically, but where would I get my access to timber or something like that? That would actually find, or mining, etc. You'd find yourself in different geographies around the world.
A question, Jose, maybe it's appropriate too that this reminds me of the game Twister, looking at all these colored dots. I guess that makes sense. But I've asked before about, the looking through the lens of COVID at certain things. How much of this would change in your mind, with or without COVID? Because I know Africa in particular is going to be lagging in terms of vaccination rates. I've read, for several years. So does that deepen the red, in some of these categories? Does that, cause concern in areas of South America as well?
Interesting question, because I think my answer would have been different 3 or 4 months ago than today. I think the vaccination, the availability of vaccines, it has been greatly expanded. And I think these countries in South America and Africa are finding that when they saw it maybe 4 or 5 months ago that it was going to be very hard for them to obtain enough vaccines for the population, that now they are much more optimistic about it. Specifically talking about Brazil, I was talking to our office in Brazil this morning. I think the Brazil, in the large cities like Sao Paulo, I think is now over 50% of the population is vaccinated. People are starting to come back to the office because they're vaccinated. Where, again, at the beginning of the year, they thought to get to 50% vaccination in Sao Paulo was not going to happen this year. It's already happened. So I think that's very positive news with respect to that. So, does that make it more red? I mean, I think it's clearly something we have to watch. And of course, we don't know about how COVID may change and evolve. And it has been, devastating, to the whole world, but particularly, poorer countries, right? So, yeah, it's something we look at. On the other hand, it has also, ushered in advancements that we didn't think about before, right? Some of the technological advancements, some of these opportunities for some companies in these countries to be noticed outside, because now they can provide services virtually, whereas before they might not have thought about it. So it also creates opportunities, or has created opportunities, that I think help these economies.
Yeah, just anecdotally, also on the COVID effect, just say from investors, the feeling that it's flattened the world a bit, because you are doing things virtually. It makes it that little bit easier, because you don't feel as if you have to jump on an airplane and go there. And as long as you've got consultants or people you can work with who are there, who can do the knocking on the door part, then people are feeling a little bit more able to spread their wings and be a bit more geographically diversified.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm amazed of the progress that Colombia has made with the vaccination. All my relatives, including my 12-year-old nephews, are fully vaccinated in Bogota. So it's just amazing how these countries, even though they're emerging and small, have been able to get the population vaccinated. So it's just fantastic, and I suspect that in Africa it's the same thing.
So hearing a bit of a pause, if there are no other questions on geography, we can go to the conclusion, and I'll be fast. If that's, and I see a couple of smiles with kind of, so on 73, this basically just is what we discussed. We went through the 5 components of our strategic initiatives, and the points that are on this, we were somewhat presumptive, and we just put down some of the aspirational topics, the discussion points. We certainly have a lot. We've discussed a lot, and we will review everything and come back to the board. There are a bunch of takeaways, and hopefully my realistic goal is that this will all be reflected in the work plan that we put in front of the board in January. So I think that's a realistic time frame. And then we can have subsequent discussions based upon that. But I think given that we have the TIDE presentation, AB 2833, and some other things, I think January is realistic. Going to the next slide. This slide says progress and considerations towards best in class. I'm a big fan of the phrase best in class. The top part, the speedometers of sort, represent the acceleration that we've had since 2018. I think we have made progress in every dimension for all the initiatives in allocator to best in class investor. I think the last 2 discussions post-lunch where Makita, Alborn, and Stepstone help put some light on be it geographic exposures and peer positioning, really are the second part of the title to this slide, considerations, things that we will weave in and think about as we come back to the board in January. And then the last slide is, and I hope everyone noticed that the slope got even steeper in terms of our North Star at the very end of this, of that being best in class. I think that today's discussion, maybe I've got a lot of horses in this race, but I thought was a really great discussion. I think a virtual, I think all of us deserve kind of a pat on the back in the sense that a virtual offsite to get engagement, to probe one another, to push is a really difficult thing. So I thank everyone on behalf of staff here. I thank the board for engaging, for pushing us, and for having a really robust discussion. As I've mentioned, we'll attract themes, incorporate this input, as well as anything else that happens over the next couple of months into next year's work plan. That will all go into LACERA's strategic planning efforts. And maybe the last thought that I will have is what's clear to me is that all of us are aspirational and that, being best in class is important, but we're doing it for the right reason because, all of us truly value the mission that we have towards our members. So with that, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you all trustees.
Nice job, John.
Yeah, on behalf of everyone, John, I certainly thank you to you and your team. I know a lot of effort went into preparing the presentations today and our external partners that presented as well. Really good information. Appreciate everybody's time today. Any final comments, questions before I ask for a motion to adjourn?
Go Dodgers.
Go Dodgers. Thank you. I'll second that. Great.
Go Red Sox.
All right, we'll have one Red Sox.
Two Red Sox.
All right. How about a motion to adjourn before we talk about the Red Sox?
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Take care, everybody.
Bye.
All right.
Bye.
Take care.